never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The U.S. is urging an extension of humanitarian pauses in the Israel-Hamas conflict.
No nation should have to stand for what Israel had to experience on the 7th of October.
National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby emphasizing the conflict's origins and highlighted the release of over 100 hostages during the current ceasefire. The truce has been extended for a 7th day to facilitate hostage release and increase humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip. Speaker Mike Johnson said he has real reservations about kicking Representative George Santos out of the House since the New York Republican has yet to be convicted of a crime. Santos has survived 2 previous attempts to remove him, but support is growing for the latest effort after the release of a report from the House Ethics Committee earlier this month saying that Santos sought to fraudulently exploit every aspect of his House candidacy for his own personal financial profit. A slight majority of Hispanic voters in Florida believe that Republicans would be more effective in addressing their key concerns than Democrats. That's according to a poll analyzed by researcher Gary Segura.
Florida Latinos are unique in trusting Republicans over Democrats to best handle their important issues. So when we asked, who do you trust more to address it? And Republicans outscored Democrats 34-30. This is the only state in which that's the case.
The survey identified inflation, jobs, healthcare, gun violence, and affordable housing as crucial issues for Hispanic voters. The 6-week United Auto Workers strike at Ford cut sales at the company by about 100,000 vehicles and cost them $1.7 billion in lost profits this year. Additional labor costs from the 4-year and 8-month agreement will total $8.8 billion by the end of the contract. Ford will work to offset that cost through higher productivity and reducing expenses. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Elon Musk is apologizing for an anti-Semitic post, but he isn't apologizing for telling advertisers what they can do to themselves. Numerous companies pulled their advertising from Musk's social media platform X after he posted an endorsement of an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Musk accused the companies of trying to blackmail him with advertising. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries is criticizing Republicans for their impeachment inquiry into the president. Jeffries asserted to reporters today that there is no evidence of any wrongdoing by the president in relation to his family's business dealings.
President Biden is a good man. He's a good and decent and hardworking man, and that's been his entire life in public service.
What's being called an above normal hurricane season officially ends today. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says there were 20 named storms this year, which rank as the 4th highest since 1950. Despite the high number of named storms, Hurricane Idalia in late August was the only Atlantic hurricane that made landfall in the U.S. Most Americans are admitting to bad driving. In a AAA survey, 6 in 10 U.S. drivers admit to unsafe behaviors behind the wheel. Nearly 23% admitted excessive speeding, with the survey finding that speeding has the lowest perceived social disapproval. Dave Collins, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, hi there. What do you say? We're on schedule tonight. Welcome aboard as we turn the page on the calendar as we say farewell to the month of November. Can you believe December 1? We'll work our way into that new day, time zone to time zone, across the country, around the world. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secrets studios. Honestly, quite a bit more comfortable outside our secret bunker tonight. Talking from 16 degrees Tuesday night to 36 Wednesday night, and here we are Thursday night into Friday, 50 degrees outside the secret bunker. Much better. Thank you. Rain is on the way, though. For most of the country, it's been a relatively quiet week. The exception would be the terrific lake effect snow event we saw in parts of northeast Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New York. had some travel difficulties there, but most of the country hadn't seen a lot of precip. That has dramatically changed. A lot of rain in the mix. All that moisture funneling in from the Gulf of Mexico. Things have actually quieted down a bit. There was a lot of concern about potentially damaging storms in the zone from Dallas to Houston. Concerns about even possible tornadic activity in the Houston area. We don't have any watches or warnings as far as severe weather at this hour. There are some stronger storms now in southwestern Louisiana. A lot of rain, some pockets of heavier rain. Stretching from, again, the southwest corner of Louisiana to Jackson, Mississippi. Rain, rain, rain. Eastern Arkansas, some heavier rains in southeastern Kansas as well. Much of Missouri. About the southern half of Illinois. Illinois, it's the lighter rains, but the heavier rains are approaching. As I mentioned, the greater Houston area was an area of concern earlier in the evening. There was a lot of potential upper-level energy and spin in the atmosphere. So I don't think we saw any tornado warnings. What we are seeing are some flooding issues. This developing area of low pressure over the southern plains, that surge of moisture coming in out of the Gulf, moving in slowly from south to north. Now, beside the risk for a few tornadoes, which I think we can pretty much say farewell to that, could still see some stronger straight line winds, 55, 65 miles per hour in some of the stronger storms. Most of southeastern Texas, you saw plenty of rain, repeated downpours. There was a bit of flooding throughout the past evening. Some areas are going to see 2 to 4 inches of rain when all is said and done. North into the Arklatex, then eastward through the rest of Louisiana, southern Mississippi, Alabama. Later on, Friday and Friday night, some of that rain is going to fall in just an hour or two. So, heavy rains. So, obviously, travel along portions of our major interstates, 10, 20, 30, 35, through the overnight hours tonight, as well as any low-lying secondary roads. Remember the old adage, turn around, don't drown. If you encounter water over the roadway, concerns about flooding and severe weather put a damper on what could actually be beneficial rain for some of these areas, seeing the downpours to end the week. According to the U.S. Drought Monitor, as of Thursday morning, nearly 87% of Louisiana was experiencing extreme or exceptional drought. So this is some beneficial rain for the folks there in Louisiana tonight. Aside from that, I do see there in central portions of Kansas, as the rains push off to the east, there's just enough cold air in place where you're kind of winding things down with a little bit of snow falling from just west of Salina, Kansas, down toward Dodge City. It's not going to amount to much. We don't have any road issues or advisories as far as accumulations. Now, we will possibly see some of that snow sneaking into south central and southeastern portions of Iowa with this system. There are some winter weather advisories in place. What are we talking? It's going to be mixed precipitation. Total snow accumulations, maybe an inch, 1 inch, but some light ice accumulations as well. Less than 1/10 of an inch for portions of south central and southeastern Iowa. That kicks in at the midnight hour in the central time zone, midnight tonight until the noon hour central time Friday. So as I said, it's raining right now. Colder air is going to be pushing in behind that, so we'll see some transition to a little bit of snow there. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Well, for those who like to look toward the heavens, the aurora chasers around the world eagerly awaiting the arrival of a super hot plasma eruption known as a coronal mass ejection, a CME, that's expected to slam into the Earth tonight, Thursday night into Friday morning. This earthbound CME left the sun November the 29th with a powerful 9.8 class, M9.8 solar flare. But it's not alone. The speedy plasma outburst merging with several slower upstream CMEs that left the sun the prior day, creating what they describe as a cannibal CME, which will likely trigger a strong geomagnetic storm akin to what we saw back on the 5th of November. That's supercharged auroras around the world. Yeah, of course, geomagnetic storms, disturbances to the Earth's magnetic field caused by those explosions of plasma and magnetic fields from the sun in the form of CMEs. If the cannibal CME strikes as predicted, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration forecast a strong G3 category geomagnetic storm. That would mean impressive auroras for parts of the U.S. and elsewhere around the world. NOAA ranks geomagnetic storms on a scale of G1 to G5. G3 is a pretty decent geomagnetic storm. The last G3 was on November the 5th, which did create phenomenal aurora displays around the world. The northern lights seen as far south as Greece and Turkey. Obviously, for many areas that have the cloud cover, as we do outside the secret bunker, nothing would be occurring just yet. I've been keeping an eye on space weather. One of those earlier CMEs, the smaller ones, did impact the atmosphere here a few hours ago. Currently, according to space weather, the atmosphere is just in unsettled condition. When that larger CME, or the combination of several others, again, impacts the atmosphere sometime during the overnight hours or here on Friday, December the 1st. Yeah, we could see the northern lights extending as far south, some say, as Ohio and Indiana. Very low in the very low levels to be able to see the aurora borealis. But you need those clear skies, and you need dark skies. Our number, 844-844-3388. Lots to cover as we'll get to some of our industry headlines just ahead here. Hello, Philly Dan. How we doing? TGIF. You're right. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Rockpick is on board. On the phone, 48 degrees at Rochester International Airport tonight. Happy Friday to all those hardworking Americans. Brian says, good morning, overnight gang. Hope everybody has a good night. Be safe out there. Hello, Jeffrey, New York City. Good morning. Happy December. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and fellow listeners, back on the road after being out for 2 weeks with medical issues. Driving in the moonlight in Natural Bridge, Virginia tonight. 40 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, 39 in Platkill, New York at this hour. Debbie says it's kind of dry and dusty here. Temperatures in the teens and 20s. Debbie, of course, southern Montana. Cold out there, huh? Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Have a great weekend. Stay safe. That's Mike in Beaver Creek, Ohio. Morning, Steve. That's Steve, the entire overnight drive crew, and, of course, all you truck drivers keeping things moving out there on the highways, which is exactly what Shorty's doing. I-77 northbound, Whiteville, Virginia, 41 at this hour, Columbus bound. Hello, Bidu. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Have a great weekend, everybody. Captain Ron checking in 1 day closer, oh boy, to the greatest day of the week. Monday. 1 day closer to the Michigan Wolverines tearing up some Hawkeyes. Go Blue. Okay. Yes, championship weekend is upon us. First game is tonight, right? Friday night. I believe was that the Washington-Oregon game? A lot of things are going to be shaken up, I guess you would say, in the college football playoff scenarios over this weekend. The final college bowl prediction announcements, well, will be coming down Sunday at the noon hour. So college football fans will be glued to their televisions trying to see where their team's going to fit in. Who makes it in? Is there a chance for Ohio State to sneak back in? How about Alabama? Several others. Will Florida State hang on and maintain that top 4 position? It's going to be kind of exciting. I think there's going to be some good football played this coming weekend. Hello to Daniel. Good morning from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where it's 34 at this hour. Yeah, kind of chilly there. So it's a cold rain you're dealing with there, and may see a little transition to some snow. Hello, Timothy. Good to have you on board. Good morning from Kite, Georgia. There's Jason. Russell. Morning, Steve. Hope y'all are doing well. All you truckers, be careful traveling out there. 52 degrees, Dayton, Ohio. Have a great weekend. Let's see. Table scraps. Yeah, you're right. He said, morning, Steve. Long time no speak. But sorry, I'm usually on the day shift now. All right, I understand. At least I've got the replays to listen to, so keep up the great job. Thank you, Table Scraps. I wondered where you had been. Buckeye Boy, just in from outside of El Paso. We've warmed up to 50 degrees. I got about 730 miles in today. Could have got more, but traffic typically was bad around Dallas with the rain. Well, we had a good day. A big debate this past evening from Slimy Newsom versus Florida's Governor DeSantis. They said Newsom set a record for lies at a debate. Now, I was listening to the Cowboys and Seattle game, but Dan Bongino said people should paint their face black and red when they go to a college or a pro game in support of that young kid that the loony left are trying to ruin. You know, they made to look like fools that they are, because he's 9 years old, it turns out. The kid's father and grandfather are of American Indian ancestry. Anyway, have a great night, better weekend. Be careful out there, especially you, Steve, putting up those Christmas lights this weekend. I wonder when I'm going to get a break in the rain. I ain't going to get on the roof when it's raining. Holding the electrical cords, not a good idea. Anyway, 844-844-3388. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, I guess old Gilligan's just kind of smiling from ear to ear. He's been touting those James Madison University for weeks and weeks now. But a team that was not bowl eligible. But wait, James Madison football is headed to a bowl season for the first time in program history, as announced by the Bowl Alliance. JMU's in a year number 2 of their transition to the football bowl subdivision, officially declared available for selection into a bowl game according to the NCAA bylaws of not enough eligible teams. Now, they finished their second FBS season with unprecedented success for a transitioning team, going 11-1 overall with a 7-1 mark in Sun Belt Conference games. The Dukes turned in both the best overall and conference record in the SBC. Started the season with a 10-0 record, built a 13-game win streak. Dating back to last year, they ranked as high as number 18 in the AP Top 25 and ranked number 24 entering the final week of the regular season. A total of 82 teams will be part of bowl season, which begins in 15 days on December the 16th. You believe that bowl time is here. The full bowl schedule, of course, will be announced this Sunday, December the 3rd. And again, the official announcement comes down at the high noon hour Eastern time. But how about that? Congratulations, James Madison University. 844-844-3388. What's going on out there? Industry headlines. All right, the OIDA Foundation wants to hear from you, all their members, about 2 of the major concerns in the trucking industry today. Number 1 is detention time. Number 2, freight rates. Today, actually, Friday, December the 1, they're going to be emailing a detention time survey as well as a freight rate survey in search of input from their members. So watch your inbox, check your spam or junk folders for these foundations survey today, December 1. Now, they say each survey would take 10 to 20 minutes to complete. Among the areas covered will be the type of operation, business model, your equipment, your freight, location, hours of service, load boards, and cost of operation, just to name a few. You'll have the month of December to complete and submit the survey. Deadline will be December the 31st. Starting with a detention time survey. Unpaid detention time not only is a financial burden, but also has a negative impact on safety. According to the foundation, OIDA's heard directly from lawmakers as well as government agencies interested in better understanding the impacts of detention time on the trucking industry. This survey will provide some valuable information the foundation can then present to government officials that showcases the growing detention time problem. Survey results will follow the foundation to present solutions for fixing that problem. Freight rates. The foundation believes it's important that government representatives from every level hear from those in the trucking industry about the state of the current freight market. Every month and once a quarter, the foundation provides their own market update. We shared just actually earlier this week an update that said improvements aren't looking like there's any time soon. It's going to be sometime next year as far as the overall industry. Most other surveys of this type target the large carriers for information about current economic conditions in trucking, but the foundation wants your views and experiences regarding freight rates in order to help create representation of the entire trucking industry rather than just the big guys, the big fleets, right? That more often than not, the big ATA membership. We've talked a lot as of late about predatory towing. It's the A1 towing that for months and months has been garnering attention in the Memphis area. But it is a much broader problem. It's a national issue. New report from the American Transportation Research Institute examining predatory heavy-duty towing, reinforcing just how big the issue is. Now, OOIDA was among those contributing data for this study conducted to improve the relationship between the towing and trucking industries. According to the Transportation Research Institute press release, Louis Pugh told FreightWaves issues of non-consensual towing are often the result of towing companies being contacted by the likes of highway patrol officers concerned with clearing a crash as quickly as possible. We don't have a problem with that. The problem we do have is that some of these towing companies will take advantage of truckers when someone else calls for the service. If there's no regulation, like in most states, to address unscrupulous towing companies, it's pretty much an open checkbook. We'll tell you more what they had to say in regards to that. Coming up, first a news break, and it's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. The U.S. is urging an extension of humanitarian pauses in the Israel-Hamas conflict.
No nation should have to stand for what Israel had to experience on the 7th of October.
National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby emphasizing the conflict's origins and highlighted the release of over 100 hostages during the current ceasefire. The truce has been extended for a seventh day to facilitate hostage release and increase humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip. Speaker Mike Johnson said he has real reservations about kicking Representative George Santos out of the House since the New York Republican has yet to be convicted of a crime. Support is growing for the latest effort after the release of a report saying that Santos sought to fraudulently exploit every aspect of his House candidacy for his own personal financial profit. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. As we roll into the first day of December. How about that? Yeah, Shorty, I got your message. You said, how about them Cowboys? Yeah, Thursday night football. Kicking off, what week is this? 12, 13, I've lost track. Cowboys over the Seahawks, 41-35. High-scoring game, a lot of offense. Wow. But that brings the Cowboys' record on the season now to 9-3. Yeah, looking good. Cowboys fans, a tip of the hat, all right? Hello, Pappy, 49 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. TGIF, saddle up, let's go. Better late than never. That debate put me to sleep. Are you with me? Right? Hello, Miss Millie, saying it looks like it's going to be a nighttime for me instead of early morning. Everybody be safe out there. Chris, you dirty dog. Chris says, good morning, Steve. On my way to Tampa, Florida. It's cruise time. Looks like I'm heading to Cozumel. All right, enjoy that. Safe travels, safe journey. Yeah, watch yourself there in Mexico. That's all I know, all right? Eskimo Mom, hello, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day it is. Doing my regular run tonight, 25 days till Christmas. Got 2 more days of work after tonight before I start my final staycation of the year. The only excitement going on next week is my annual trek to Ohio State to visit my endocrinologist for a checkup, and as long as everything's good, I won't see her again till this time next year. I wish we could bottle up some of this mild weather tonight. Little cloudy, but 51 degrees rolling on I-71 in Kentucky. Be safe. Enjoy your weekend when it gets around to you out there. So we're back on the road again, as Willie Nelson said. Hello, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. Thanks for having me back. I tell you, I was out 16 days. I tell you what, I wouldn't wish shingles on anybody. Them first few days were pretty rough.
Wow.
It was painful, and it was very tiring. I mean, for 3-4 days there, all I wanted to do was lay around and sleep. I'd go from the bed to the easy chair to the bed, stop, get something to eat on the way through the kitchen once in a while. You know, they're very painful. I've still got one place scabbed over on my forehead, but it's pretty well it's pretty well healed up, and I'm pretty. But what really worried me was I got some down in my eyelids, and my right eye had got swelled to where I was having trouble seeing out of my right eye. That's the main reason why I stayed out as long as I did. Thank the Lord it did not get into the eye itself, but
right.
it was on the lid.
Yes, sir.
I even went to an eye doctor, and they checked it out. No, it's not in the eye, but it's in the lid. So I was lucky, very lucky. I tell you, that could be a career-ending thing there because it can cause blindness.
Absolutely.
And I'll tell you what, there goes a trucking career for sure. I mean, I'm working in my 25th year of this. I don't know what I'd do if I couldn't drive again. It'd be a big transition, you know. I tell you, I definitely wouldn't be able to afford the toy I bought last week. You like the picture I saw that? The lime green TA?
Now, yes, I mean, I saw the photograph. I was going to ask you, was that just a dream, or is that reality? Did you really get your dream car?
That's real. I did buy it. I did buy it
really?
on Thanksgiving Eve. I actually got a pretty good deal on it. It had been sitting on the lot for some time. You don't want to know the price tag, but I got several $1,000s off of what the sticker was. It still wasn't cheap, and I figured that would be the last car I ever buy.
Yeah.
Most of the time I run an old pickup back and forth to work. It'll be sitting in the garage more than anything. Yes, I drove it to work tonight. It's sitting there in the parking lot. Yes, I did buy it. And I tell you what, that car is a handful. The TA package is just a bare step up from the Scat Pack. It's got the same drivetrain. There's a little bit of difference in the air induction into it, and the stripes, the black hood, roof, and trunk lid. That's really the only difference between the TA and the Scat Pack. They're pretty much the same car. So, and my wife picked out the color, and so we kind of come to that agreement. She likes that one best.
That's a nice looking car. I thought it's beautiful. Yeah. So it's got some giddy up go, as Grandpa used to say.
Oh yeah, it's 6.4 Hemi, 485 horse. This thing will flat out scat. It definitely. I mean, this thing has got the bed on it. I mean, it'll measure. You can watch the G-force when you take off. You got line lock to block the front brakes if you want to do a burnout. It's got this thing. You stomp on her, she's not going to spin much. She's going to go. It just amazed me how quick that sucker grabs. I mean, you can plunge in for quarter-mile speed, 0 to 60, eighth, and all that. It is an unbelievable machine.
Well, aren't you a tad bit old for a midlife crisis? I mean, that's a midlife crisis car, isn't it?
Well, I had a plumb crazy 72 back in the day, so it's kind of like the replacement of my old car.
Yeah.
So, I'm an old street racer. I won my last street race in that plumb crazy 72. I beat a 68 fastback Mustang, so that's about as good as a Mopar man can get. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, it's something else. I mean, the only difference between the motor in it and the Hellcat is this Hellcat's got the supercharger, which adds over 200 horsepower. But it's something else, that's for sure. I'm still trying to figure out things on it. It's got sport mode, race mode. It's kind of funny, all the computer stuff in it, and it's kind of scary too, because you're here like, well, what if some of this stuff starts going wrong, But
was this supposed to be like the last internal combustion engine version of this, or no?
This was the last year for the Challenger.
Okay.
They're doing away with it. They're doing away with the Charger. They're going to make an electric Charger, which I have about as much use for an electric Charger as you do. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, yeah. Well, I've been listening to the show. Hey, folks out there that says, well, I missed the show. Well, I got news for you. That's what they got replays for. That way you can look it up on Facebook and go through the show like that. Pick up where you left off. Hey, there's plenty of ways to not miss. You don't have to miss a minute of this show. And I've been hearing all this talk about college football, you know, the Georgia Alabama game and Washington Oregon game, all this. You know, I totally get it. Michigan, Iowa. I mean, there's a lot of playoff implications. But, Steve, you all have missed the big story of the week.
Well, I mentioned JMU. I mean, is that the toilet bowl? What bowl is that going to be?
They haven't determined yet, but they are bowl bound.
Yes.
They are bowl bound.
How about that?
By default, but they're bowl bound. Yep, my JMU Dukes. Like I said, I'm a lifelong Mountaineer fan. The JMU is a very local school to me. It's about an hour and a half from where I live. I drive by the campus every evening. I go down every morning on the way back to Winchester. So it's like, yep, it's a local team. You know what I mean? You're so glad to see a local team. It's like, you know, people there in Cincinnati. You know, there's a lot of OSU fans there.
Oh yeah.
But they also like to see Cincinnati do good. You know, that's where it comes in. And my Mountaineers are 8-4. Now I know we got trounced by Oklahoma, but 8-4 is still a very good season for us. I mean, we used to run the Big East like there was no tomorrow, but they didn't go up against the teams like they do in the Big 12 now.
How about that?
So my JMU Dukes are going to the bowl, and obviously the Mountaineers are with an 8-4 record, especially playing in the Big 12. So yeah, it's been when I don't see either one of them ever going for a national championship. If it is, it's a long ways down the road. I mean, well, West Virginia actually played for the national championship in '89 and lost to Notre Dame. You were undefeated that year. Now that was back when Don Nehlen was coaching West Virginia, and they had a heck of a coach in them days. They was pretty strong. I have a friend that he actually back in the early to mid '80s, he was a starting linebacker for West Virginia Mountaineers. He was there when Hostetler was there. You know, famous Jess Hostetler took Giants to the Super Bowl the year Phil Simms got hurt against the Bills. You know, I mean, West Virginia it hasn't had a great team in a few years, but it looks like they're on their way back.
All
right. At least I hope so. You know.
Well, congratulations to your JMU, James Madison University. All right.
Yeah, go Dukes. All right, Steve. Well, I thank you for taking my call, and I hope everybody has a safe night.
All right. Glad you're feeling better. Congratulations on his dream car. I did see that post over the Thanksgiving weekend, and I just kind of wondered, is he pulling our chain? Did he really buy that thing? But he did. About that. All right, back to the rest of the story. Predatory towing out there. The latest report from the American Transportation Research Institute just released. If there's no regulations, which is the case in most states, to address the unscrupulous towing companies, it's an open checkbook. We've seen bills going well into 6 figures. It's a huge problem for the industry that kind of flies under the radar. It is a nationwide problem. The ATRI study revealed that while predatory towing is more prevalent in some states than others, it's an issue no matter what region of the country. According to the research, nearly 83% of motor carriers, regardless of location, have been billed excessive rates. Rates were considered to exceed the national median by 50%. Also, 82% of carriers said they've experienced unwarranted extra charges, excessive daily storage rates, vehicle release delays, or access issues occurring at rates higher than 70%. Responding motor carriers also said they were able to use a towing company of their choice in only 10% of towaway crashes, and 36% of carriers never even had an opportunity to select a towing company. following an accident. There was an independent analysis of carriers' towing invoices between 2021 and this year that revealed in 30% of crash-related tows resulted in some form of predatory billing. So nearly 1 in 3 accident tows. Looking at the research by state, California has the highest number of predatory towing incidents, nearly 7%, followed by Texas and Indiana. In terms of predatory towing relative to mileage, Indiana is the worst state, followed by New Jersey and Mississippi. It is a costly issue for carriers as well as even the compliant towing companies. It's been overlooked for far too long. Sean Brown is Cargo Transporter's Vice President of Safety. He said with reliable data analysis and through regulatory review, the American Transportation Research Institute's report sheds some light on the sources of the problem and the paths forward as it needs to be addressed by both regulators and trucking fleets. So it's not all just the A1 towing that's been garnering all the headlines there in the Memphis area in recent months. It's a nationwide issue. Our number, 844-844-3388. It is a Friday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ever heard of a promotion that apparently worked too well? My wife and my daughter took advantage of this Red Lobster all-you-can-eat shrimp deal here a few months ago. It's been ongoing for a while. Sometimes promotions work too well. That's the case at Red Lobster, which is 36% owned by Thai Union Group, also the owner of Chicken of the Sea, the tuna business. On a conference call earlier in November, they kind of spelled out the damage, the promotion, which was called Ultimate Endless Shrimp. For $20, you could eat as much as you want. For those who've been in the U.S. recently, $20 is pretty darn cheap. The rationale for the promotion was to say, we knew the price was cheap, but the idea was to bring more traffic into the restaurants. Apparently it did. Yeah, traffic did rise, 2% in the second quarter, 4% compared to the last year, at a seasonally weak time of the year for the restaurant. But something which was different from our expectation was the proportion of people selecting these promotions was much higher compared to what we thought it would be. Now, what does that mean? It means that people coming to Red Lobster, they were really looking for a strong value proposition. And, of course, we know on these promotions, you don't earn a lot of money on a $20 deal. We don't. So the price has been raised first to $22, now $25. Yeah, we do believe it's a very strong promotion. But the Red Lobster's forecast to lose this promotion, apparently, losing the company $700 million. But that's actually an improvement from the $1.2 billion that it lost the company last year. So the price is going up, obviously. You can still get it, but I don't know. I remember my daughter, I think she started off with... she got 3 different kinds. She got a battered shrimp. She got I can't remember which, but I think she ate 5 or 6 orders of shrimp. I'm just not a big eater. I think I ate 1 order. So I'm the kind of person that they love have come in. $20, they made money on me. They didn't make money on my daughter. Scarf Dog. About 7 before the hour. Scarecrow, what's happening out there on a Friday?
Happy favorite day of the week, Steve.
One day closer.
Yeah, no. In my world, every day is my favorite day of the week. As long as I can crawl out of bed and slide up into a seat and get a steering wheel in front of me, it's good, man. It's good. Steve, if I mention Dolly Parton, which I just did, that means she has made mention on every program this week. And I only bring this up because the question back on Monday was just how many facelifts has she had? Now, I put the question to Siri. She's just all-knowing, all-seeing, and she came up with, I'm assuming, is her, Dolly Parton's position. Now, he said she has had a number of adjustments, but she has never had a facelift.
Really?
Okay. What's the difference there now? I'm thinking maybe somebody in the listening audience would be able to educate the educator on that one. But so yeah, there is that. And moving on to Gilligan, there is really good to have him back. I've held back and even commenting on his issue there, Steve, because he really hasn't contacted the program and such, since it hit. And I witnessed my dad going through the exact same scenario that his was, aside from down in the eye. It was up on the scalp and down onto the forehead. And, oh, man, the pain that he was enduring, I never would, as Gilligan said, you don't wish that on anyone. So, yeah, I was somewhat living through it when he was first made mention of it, but then this other major issue, and you touched on it, that midlife crisis that he's been enduring there. And I was holding back too. I was not going to say anything tonight about that cure for that disease that he has there. But since he was so forthcoming with it there now, yeah, it's amazing, Steve, how obviously his fleecing all those people that attended his Halloween bash down there. Oh, I'm sorry, I said fleecing. I meant all the funds that were voluntarily donated at the door. That'd be the proper way to say it. He managed to pay for that bash and still have a little coin left for that newest toy in his arsenal there. So, yeah, he maybe has a little more explaining to do that with. I'm sure we'll probably get more as the program progresses here. I was going to get up on the soapbox for a little bit, Steve, but I think it would run into the break time. So, no, I'm going to just leave that alone here. I'll throw another casual thing at you here, though. Tripping down memory lane again yesterday, sharing something with my boys. And I don't know how it came up, but they said, yeah, I'll turn the TV on and let that warm up for a little bit. Well, there's a phrase you're never going to hear today, but you maybe can recall.
Yes.
In your younger days.
Yes.
The days of the tube TV.
Had to let the tubes warm up. Yep.
Warm up, and if the picture was a little askew, well, then maybe I had to step outside and turn the antenna a little bit to fine-tune it there. But, and likewise, the radio and
and the rich people ultimately ended up with a little button that they could push inside the house to turn that antenna on the roof. Didn't even have to go outside. Remember that? All right, news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The U.S. is urging an extension of humanitarian pauses in the Israel-Hamas conflict.
No nation should have to stand for what Israel had to experience on the 7th of October.
National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby emphasized the conflict's origins and highlighted the release of over 100 hostages during the current ceasefire. The truce has been extended for a 7th day to facilitate hostage release and increase humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip area. A New York appeals court has reimposed a gag order on former President Donald Trump in a civil fraud trial. Trump and his legal team are once again restricted from making public statements about the courtroom staff involved in the ongoing $250 million civil fraud trial. The order, temporarily lifted 2 weeks ago by an appellate judge following a lawsuit from Trump's lawyers against the presiding judge, has been reinstated. As we approach the new year, it's time to bid farewell to various trends and phenomena from 2023, from the bizarre world of Barbie to the peculiar trend of going pantless, oversized Stanley Cup bottles, and the impact of AI on fakeness. There's a lot we're ready to leave behind. Extreme weather and the rudeness epidemic, amplified by FaceTime, also make the list. This is a non-exhaustive look at what we're moving on from as we welcome 2024. Southern states are attracting a growing number of residents as data from the U.S. Census Bureau indicates that more people moved to the South than any other region last year. Southern states grew by more than 1.3 million people in 2022, with Florida leading as the fastest growing state. The primary reason for America's moving included obtaining a larger home, residing in a more affordable area, and enhancing their overall quality of life. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and California Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom are ready to debate. The 90-minute show on Fox News will be a chance for each governor to present their different ideologies to a national audience. DeSantis is lagging in the polls recently as the GOP presidential hopeful, and Newsom is seen by insiders as an alternative to Joe Biden should the president choose to drop out of the race. Elon Musk harshly criticized advertisers withdrawing from X, formerly Twitter, at the New York Times Deal Book Summit, suggesting they engage in a specific action using an expletive.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is.
Lori Vallow Daybell is now in Arizona. Vallow Daybell was booked in the Maricopa County Jail early this morning on 2 murder conspiracy charges. Back in May, she was found guilty in Idaho on 6 counts of murder, 2 of which involved her children. Machine Gun Kelly's trying to entice Travis Kelce to play for the Cleveland Browns. The offer was revealed on the Kelce brothers' latest episode of their New Heights podcast. MGK offered Kelce $500,000, along with $500,000 being donated to both MGK and Kelce's former high schools, Shaker Heights and Cleveland Heights, if he switched to the Browns. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. Or maybe welcome aboard as we kick off hour number 2, working our way into a Friday, December 1. What would be breaking news at this hour after what had been I kind of lost track, a 7-day pause, I believe, in fighting, as numerous hostages had been being released from Gaza over the past week. At this hour, reports are heavy fighting has resumed in Gaza. Israel's military said they have resumed combat operations against Hamas. after accusing the Palestinian militant group of violating the temporary truce by firing towards Israeli territory. This pause that started on the 24th of November had been extended twice, did allow the exchange of dozens of hostages held in Gaza, as well as hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, and the entry of humanitarian aid into the shattered coastal region. In the hour before the truce was set to end at 7 a.m. Israeli time, Israel said they had intercepted a rocket fired from Gaza. Further, sirens warning of rockets sounding again in Israel, areas near Gaza just minutes before the deadline. No immediate comment from Hamas or claim of responsibility for the launches. Palestinian media reported Israeli air and artillery strikes across the enclave as the truce expired, including in Rafah near the border with Egypt. Israel's military confirming their jets are striking Hamas targets in Gaza. Some social media images showing large plumes once again of dark smoke rising over the densely built-up Jabalia camp in Gaza. So I guess it is back underway. Israel, of course, had sworn to annihilate Hamas in response to the October 7 rampage. Of course, we know Israel had retaliated the intense bombardment, the ground invasion. We've ended the pause. And I guess the process of ultimately looking to annihilate Hamas is again underway. There was an interesting report this past day, kind of alluding. We had talked from the very beginning how did not only Israeli but U.S., the intelligence community around the world, not see what was about to unfold on October the 7th. It appears there was plenty of advanced knowledge. I guess, long story short, Israeli authorities thought this so-called blueprint, this plans from Hamas, it was so grand and exaggerated, they thought they could never pull something like that off. There's no way. Israel officials had the battle plan for the October 7 attack more than a year before it actually unfolded, was the report from the New York Times this past day, citing documents, emails, interviews. According to the report, this foreknowledge had a limited impact. Israeli military and intelligence officials dismissed the plan as aspirational, they said. Way too complex for Hamas to ever even think of pulling off. Wow. According to the report, a document was called Jericho Wall. Came in at about 40 pages long, outlining a distinctly ambitious attack plan. The doc covered the plan in minute detail, adding up to an attack very much like what actually unfolded on October the 7th. The translated document was reportedly reviewed by Times journalists, though it's said to have left a date for a strike unspecified. It did lay out particulars, calling for Hamas fighters to swamp Gaza fortifications, besiege military installations, and take control of Israeli cities. The specifics, later seen on October 7th, ranged from a spray of rocket and drone attacks to gunmen carried aloft to targets by paragliders. Plus, the plan had facts and figures on Israeli forces, their extent, their whereabouts, and other delicate intel. It was all pretty much laid out. Although the newspaper's report says the document was widely distributed among military and intelligence officials, it's not clear precisely what happened beyond that. It does appear the report had its share of believers as well as skeptics. Experts determined that an attack of this kind of size and audacity was more than Hamas could ever manage. Documents and officials were quoted as saying, and the news reports left it unclear what government officials, like the prime minister, actually knew. They said right after the document was obtained, it remained nebulous what plans Hamas actually had in Gaza. Over the summer, though, came a report from an analyst in Israel's Signal Intelligence Group that there had been an extended training exercise, one seeming to align with some of the details in that exact blueprint. It's too big. They could never pull that off. I guess now hindsight is 20/20, but the attempts to annihilate Hamas, will they ultimately be able to weed out all the terrorists? Only thing is, as we know now, they've essentially had 7 days, the past 7 days, with the truce to kind of regroup, refortify, stage additional potential, rockets to strike back at Israel. We'll see how that all unfolds here on the first day of December. There's the latest. Our number, 844-844-3388. Well, as things are relatively quiet on the western front tonight, weather-wise, we do have some snow showers, mostly lighter precipitation in parts of Washington, Oregon, on down into the northern Sierra. There's going to be some big changes as we flip the calendar from November to December in the Northwest. For those that are going to be trying to move freight, many of the passes are going to become impassable for a period of time over the next few days. The atmospheric river, as they refer to it, where a flow of moisture from the Pacific that resembles a fire hose, bringing near constant rain and higher elevation snow to the western U.S. and British Columbia. This particular atmospheric river extends for more than 7,000 miles, all the way across the Pacific to the northern part of the Indian Ocean basin. According to AccuWeather, a series of storms will be coming ashore in the northwest starting later today, and additional storms will carry on into next week. Impacts from the storm train at the coast and the lower elevations, travel delays and flooding from downpours where several inches of rain will fall. Further inland over the mountains, heavy snow will snarl travel at pass level that can suddenly melt and lead to flooding and avalanches due to the fluctuating temperatures. Now, rain is forecast to arrive in Washington and Oregon and northwestern California as we head into Friday. Further inland snow begins to break out in the mountains. Both types of precip will continue more or less ceaselessly at varying rates over the weekend. Now, along the I-5 corridor, Redding, California, Eugene, Medford, Portland, and Salem, Oregon, on up to Olympia, Seattle, and Tacoma in Washington. Still too warm to snow, but rain would reach 1 or 2 inches in the rain gauges between now and Sunday. So we could see some pretty significant flooding issues. Winds will be a concern for 40 to 60 miles per hour along the coastal areas. All right, the snow totals are really going to begin adding up by early next week, though. After some problems over the weekend at pass levels, warmer air begins to return. Snow levels will rise rather considerably. Now, this will not only add to the flooding risk near the coast, but also induce the risks in the Cascades as that snow dropped by the earlier storms begins to melt with additional rain on top of that, contributing to the flooding threat. So it looks like the snow levels could begin to rise as early as Saturday in the Oregon Cascades, Sunday in the Washington Cascades, and through the middle of next week. By that point, precip should be falling mainly as rain in most of the passes. Barlow, Snoqualmie, Stampede, Stevens, and Willamette passes. But be aware, check your travel plans as we head into the weekend here. Our number, 844-844-3388. Well, let's say hello to Marianne.
Hi, Steve. How's it going?
Are we checking in live from our hospital room tonight?
Yep. And anyhow, I had it on Wednesday, and today, or actually yesterday, take that back, yesterday, they had to put a new IV in my right arm. Of course, they did my right arm. Because the other one needle was bent up or whatever, and it was like, boy, I didn't like that. I was like, okay, that hurt. They left it open on Wednesday, and they got like a sponge or something like that, and they this wound vac.
Yeah.
This is a weird looking machine. This is a strange looking machine to me. Next Wednesday they're gonna get me fixed up there, and then I should be out maybe the 8th or the 9th. And we made arrangements for a hospital bed to be at my house, and then I'll have to go from there. I'm not exactly sure what they're planning on doing, but I decided, and we're gonna. Oh yeah, and I gotta eat more fish or chicken and some kind of meat, and they gave me some different things that I'm going. I ain't touching spinach. I ain't touching peas.
You got to change your diet a little bit. So they did go in. They took care of the back where the infection and all that was.
Yeah, they did. They woke me out of sleep in my bed in my room, and they decided to take me there. So they give me an elevator, and there's this, I don't know who put this crazy floor in, but it was like, okay, it was almost like going on a roller coaster or something. I don't know. And next thing I knew, I woke up and I was parked in my bed, waiting to go back to my room, and went to the 6th floor, and they parked me. Some young kid and some girl, I don't know. They brought me to my room, and so I've been hanging out here, and I did word searches. I did the word search yesterday. I did it all. I've been bored stiff.
I've
been listening to your show to get educated.
What do you do to pass the time? Yes, search a word. I like search a words. I've never been a fan of like crossword puzzles. I ain't no good at those. But all right. Well, yeah, one step at a time. So continued healing. Marianne, good to hear from you. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, what do you say? Let's see. You got a recall to tell you about Volvo Trucks, North America, and Mack Trucks. A recall after discovering an issue with vehicle speed control. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Volvo Trucks recalling more than 1,000 Volvo VN, Victory Nancy truck models year 23 and 24. Meanwhile, Mack Trucks recalling more than 850 Mack Anthem, Granite, LR, and TerraPro trucks, all model years 23 and 24. In affected trucks, the engine may not return to idle within 2 seconds if the accelerator pedal position sensor becomes disconnected. Consequently, these vehicles fail to comply with the requirements of FMCSA Standard 124, accelerator control systems. An engine that does not return to idle quickly enough can cause a loss of vehicle control. As of the filing of the recall, no remedy for the defect has been available yet. They are currently developing a solution. Either way, notification letters to affected owners will be expected to be mailed out January 21st. Back in late October, an investigation was opened by the company's engineering department as a result of a possible testing failure. The Product Compliance Committee recommended that the issue be brought to the Product Safety Committee as a potential safety defect. Then on November 20th, the Safety Committee determined that, yes, indeed, a product safety defect does exist. A voluntary recall was immediately filed. Volvo and Mack. Well, a Friday, Kentucky. Ken, what do we know out there?
Oh, not much. I just woke up. I was hoping I was going to make it back. I wanted to wish everybody just thank you for all the birthday greetings.
Yeah, did you have a good birthday? One year younger, 1 year wiser.
Yeah. Well, that's right. And I reached that magical age. I tell you, Steve, you know, I'm really thinking about taking Social Security and maybe driving part-time because, you know, I lost a buddy yesterday, a guy I bowled with. He wasn't even 55. Cancer got him and all that.
Wow.
The more I think about it, they're just, you know, there's no guarantee how long we got. And I've been sort of kicking it around here really about a month. So I'm going to look at some numbers, I guess, but I'm still going to work. But, you know, it's hard out here. It's hard work. I enjoy it, though. I really do. But, boy, I sure didn't want to be on a traffic island with 6 minutes left on my 14 yesterday. I know that. That's what I stopped with. But no, it was a good day overall. But yep, another year older, hopefully a little wiser.
Yeah. So
how's everything?
Dallas traffic sucks, huh? Dallas is a mess, right?
Oh, I was in the Carolinas yesterday. Carolinas and then Virginia.
Oh, that, you know, I'm thinking it was Buckeye Boy that was talking about the Dallas. I apologize. Yep.
No. I've been down there, though. It's not fun down there either. But no, it was bad. There was a bad Reckland 77 in Virginia. Big truck was on the right. They had the right lane blocked unloading it. So hopefully that driver is okay. It didn't. They had three big wreckers, I guess, pulled it out of the ravine going down a hill. But, you know, you see that stuff every day. But, no, it was good overall. How are you doing? Good?
Yes, indeed. Friday, doing well, ready for the weekend. A lot of college action, football action, that is. And
yeah, I was disappointed on the Buckeyes, but that's over and done with. So move on, see what happens down the road. It's a great time of year, that's for sure, for college football. But, Dave, did you get your, never did hear, did you get your finish your lights. I know you warmed up the cords.
No, that's a task facing me this weekend. Yes, I still have that.
Right.
Yeah, we got to put the tree up. I mean, I did get the tree out of the attic yesterday, and that's on the slate. Maybe tonight. I don't know.
Well, you're making progress. Get you a good cold ice adult beverage and get it done. So anyway, I just wanted to thank everybody and Steve. You don't know how much we really appreciate. I don't call in every night, but it's easy driving to listen to everybody talk. It's very informative, and just keep doing what you're doing. It's a positive.
Thank you so much, Kentucky Ken. I appreciate you being a listener out there.
All right. Well, I know you're coming up on the news break time, so do your stuff, and we'll be back in town in a few hours. A couple more hours for my 10 to be up, and I'm rolling.
All righty. Well, so rolling again, on the road again. Yeah, we are just about moments away from news break. Quickly, I see apparently Senator Rand Paul reportedly saved Senator Joni Ernst's life this past day after administering the Heimlich maneuver. Lawmakers were having a Senate Republican lunch at the U.S. Capitol. According to attendees, Ernst was choking on food. She's now okay. I guess it was a little steak dinner. It was steak from the Iowa Cattlemen's Association. She got choked up on there. So, news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Secretary of State Antony Blinken emphasized that when Israel resumes military operations against Hamas, it needs to present a plan aimed at enhancing the protection of Palestinian civilians.
I made clear that before Israel resumes major military operations, it must put in place humanitarian civilian protection plans that minimize further casualties of innocent Palestinians.
House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries criticizing Republicans for their impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Jeffries asserted to reporters earlier today that there's no evidence of any wrongdoing by the president in relation to his family business dealings.
President Biden is a good and decent and hardworking man, and that's been his entire life.
Beetlejuice 2 has wrapped up production as announced by director Tim Burton. Warner Brothers is eyeing a release date of September 6, 2024. Dave Collins, USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that when combined really keep things moving. I drink it every day, and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors, natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, welcome back. Just before showtime, I neglected to mention, I came across a post from 5'7". He's been out for 2 weeks. Spent some time there in West Virginia over Thanksgiving. Had made it back to the home 20 couple days ago, but I guess his wife came down sick. And she's hospitalized at least overnight tonight, so. Said something about her oxygen level was way down, which is never a good thing. So say a prayer for 5'7" and his wife. Hope everything goes okay, and we'll further update when I learn anything more. I haven't heard from Heatwave in a few days. He did post this past day. I guess he's had his bat signal out. Job resumes waiting to hear back from several different possibilities. He's hoping, he said, for some good news maybe today. Hopefully all goes well there. Meanwhile, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Eskimo Mom had forwarded the story from the state of Ohio this past day. An explosion at an auto shop, killing 3 with a massive blast. Felt blocks away, according to witnesses. Jimbo's Auto in Hillsboro, Ohio, about 50 miles east of Cincinnati, was the scene of this. A total of 8 fire departments responding. Fox News reported that there was an explosion and a fire. According to first responders, it definitely did rock and shake the area. According to the fire chief, speaking to the media, the blaze required a 45-person firefighting crew, took hours to suppress. According to the chief, the smoldering flames took over 10 hours to finally be extinguished. The fire extended into the building immediately adjacent to the auto shop and there was debris all over the road. Chief said 3 were killed as a result of the explosion. Another individual rescued by first responders, taken to a hospital. Video of the fire captured by nearby security cameras as well as locals who arrived at the scene. There was no structural damage, they say, to some of the surrounding buildings from the explosion. Smoke could be seen for miles, though. According to one reporter, the fire marshal stated all 3 of the deceased individuals were believed to work for the auto shop. Cause of the explosion still under investigation. Can't help but wonder if maybe some sort of a propane tank or maybe acetylene. I don't know what all they might use there in the body shop. Thanks to all the surrounding agencies, our community and local businesses for their support and assistance with our fire this afternoon, according to the Paint Creek EMS and Fire District. Hillsboro's mayor also gave a statement and said that the Hillsboro community has always proven they'll stand united, be strong, and support one another in times of need. So there you go. Wow. The investigation is ongoing. We have talked for months, an extensive period of time. The Panama Canal, where the water levels low, the drought conditions that continue to plague that region. It's not getting any better. It's getting worse, according to the update from FreightWaves this past day. Wait times for vessels without reservations have surged this month. In response to the drought conditions, the Panama Canal Authority cut the number of daily reservation slots from 32 at the beginning of November to 24 currently. It'll drop to 22 today, Friday, and then all the way to 18 by February 1st. If enough ships do not divert from the Panama Canal to offset this drop in reservation spots, the number of ships without reservations will continue to rise. The wait times will as well. Now, how much time are we waiting? Wow, the numbers are really growing. The average wait time for ships without a reservation for Atlantic to Pacific, a.k.a. southbound transit, was 2 days at the beginning of November. As of Wednesday, it was 5 times that, 11.4 days. The maximum wait on the southbound transit is 22.8 days. 3 weeks waiting to get through. Triple the wait time from the beginning of the month. Pacific to Atlantic northbound transits also show a sharp rise in wait times in November for ships without reservations, coinciding with the cuts to those reservation slots. Average wait time was 9 days Wednesday, more than triple the average at the beginning of the month. Maximum wait time was 24.9 days on Wednesday. It's the worst we've seen in terms of waiting time ever, according to the CFO of Avance Gas during a presentation this past day. Ships suffering the longest wait times are those transiting the older Panamax locks, which they categorize as regulars, ships with a beam of a maximum width of less than 91 feet, and supers with those with a beam of 91 to 107 feet. As of Wednesday, the Neo-Panamax ships, beams over 107 feet, in the queue had been waiting more than 11 days to transit the larger, newer locks. Average wait times for everyone is pretty much up. What are the impacts on commodity shipping, though? Position data from Maritime Traffic showed 33 dry bulk carriers anchored off the entrances to the canal on Wednesday, 18 on the Pacific side, 15 on the Atlantic. The queue of product tankers heavily weighted to the Pacific side, 16 versus 3 on the Atlantic. A dozen liquefied petroleum gas, LPG tankers waiting, 6 at either side. Only one liquefied natural gas carrier waiting to transit. The commodity ship backlog would be larger, except that many LNG carriers, as well as some of the high-capacity LPG tankers, very large carriers, have already given up on Panama. For those who want to go from the Atlantic Basin to the Pacific with liquefied natural gas ships, they're going around the Cape of Good Hope as Plan A. I'd go so far as to say that's the norm right now. There are many, obviously very large carriers are commonly avoiding Panama on their return trip to the U.S. from Asia. Today, there's about 50 VLGCs taking a route via the Cape of Good Hope to the U.S. Over the summer months, that was about 10 ships, so a lot of traffic being diverted. But can you imagine just sitting there aboard the ship waiting for 3 weeks in some cases just to transit the Panama Canal? Well, a Friday, and what's on Eagle's mind this morning? Hey there, welcome aboard, Eagle.
Yeah, hello?
We gotcha. What's happening?
Okay, yeah, I wanted to talk about a couple things tonight, Steve. You was talking about the Panama Canal. Yeah, as I drive around the U.S., some of these rivers and lakes are real low, especially Mississippi. When I down in Baton Rouge, when I went across the bridge earlier today, they got a lot of boats and ships sitting there, tankers, waiting to make their way up the Mississippi. We had talked about that earlier in the year up in Memphis. You could damn near see the bottom of the river up in the Memphis part of the Mississippi. And you go through there now, you still can see a lot of stuff, a lot of the sand and stuff in Memphis if you go across the bridge. Like I say, I think a lot of it's due because we definitely not having no snowfall. That's where they get a lot of the rain, when it melts. And as far as I know, ain't nobody up north really had no significant snow this year, Steve, up in Michigan and Wisconsin and places like that. So, that's where a lot of the water comes from. So, I don't know what's going on with the Panama. I don't know why they having so many problems with the Panama, situation. But, that's not good because, like you said, what that does, the longer those vessels have to wait, that makes the price of goods go up. People, because a lot of that stuff that comes through there is containers, with that cheap stuff from China. So, that's going to make the price of everything go up in the next couple of weeks, towards Christmas. You know what I mean?
I don't know how much stuff, I don't know how much coming through right now would be like Christmas merchandise. It'd probably be more of, I'm thinking at this time of year, the transiting is probably going to be the spring apparel and things because once Christmas is over, they start putting the spring stuff out come January, February.
Yeah. Like I said, they start real early nowadays. But, like I say, it's definitely going to affect a lot of the prices that we paying in the U.S. when the longer those ships, you say they have to wait 2 weeks or so, some people to get through there. So, that's a long time to have to wait. But, you know something, Steve, what you was talking about last night with these electric vehicles, I heard some more news about that today when I was driving. You basically covered everything last night. Those people are playing a hard time getting rid of these vehicles, Steve. People are starting to realize that this is not the way to go. These electric vehicles, the high price of these, and then the batteries are expensive. The dealers are saying that they're not selling no vehicles. I think you said last night that that Volkswagen's claim that they're going stop producing these electric vehicles. And I think they said General Motors and other companies. These people realize this is a joke, Steve. You know something? You know what I thought about, though? I don't know why, maybe they already don't thought about this technology. Maybe, I don't know if they could have it half and half, have the batteries run the car sometimes, but you still have a gas tank on the car to run it, run it as a, but I don't think that would work in the motor, having batteries and gas. But that would be the only way I would even think about doing something like that. But the batteries, it's not the way to go. And those people are just, those people are going to take a big-time loss, a real big loss in the next couple of years, thanks to good old Joe Biden and his deal, because nobody's going to purchase those deals, Steve. Now, I wanted to get back to this situation we talked about last night, Steve, on these people that what was his name? The police officer from Ohio. What he was talking about, how they're tracking people and how they're looking at people, your phone records and other things. When it comes to, what happened on January 6th. Like you said, Steve, and, I think you said something about Donald. Hello?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, how people was associated with Donald Trump. If you just liked his name or something like that, they putting people on a list, as a domestic terrorist or some garbage like that. Like Pappy was saying, this is the type of stuff they were doing back, like he said, in Germany and other countries, a long time ago. And it looked like if we don't get Biden out of the White House, we're gonna be just like that, Steve. You're not gonna be able to associate, with certain people, or they're gonna put you on a blacklist and you're gonna be outlawed in your own country. It looks like, like if there's some places now, Steve. Remember a couple of years ago, when people would go into a restaurant with a Donald Trump hat on or Make America Great T-shirt, and they would be denied service. They go into a restaurant, guys say, "Well, you got to take that hat off. You can't be serviced in this restaurant. We don't service Donald Trump people." That's what it looked like it's coming to, Steve, in America, to where they trying to basically outlaw Donald Trump in his own country, and if you're seen with a Trump ball cap on or a T-shirt, you're going to be denied access. And, some people even saying now, Steve, that if you vote for Donald Trump, I think Hillary Clinton, she made a comment a couple of months ago saying something about that these people that support Donald Trump were some bad people, were not good people. So it's really getting to be a scary situation in America, the way that they're tracking people. And, it seems like they more. Here's the sad part about it, Steve. It seems like they more worried about Americans than they are about the terrorists coming in from Pakistan and Afghanistan and Iran and all these other countries. And that's really a damn shame that they're more concerned with an American than they are with a man from a foreign country. And I think you would think about calling it nice, Steve.
All right, Eagle. There was actually an update this past day. Speaking now, Representative Buddy Carter of Georgia spoke out about this is the whole Jack Smith, the asking for the records of millions of Americans who may have liked a tweet from Donald Trump in 2020, 21. Anyone that may have shared or posted on with Donald Trump's. He said, what's going on here? Special counsel Jack Smith is violating the privacy rights of millions of Americans in this investigation into former President Trump. I'll tell you more on what he had to say right after this. 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, back to Representative Buddy Carter, the Republican from Georgia. He was asked about Smith's search warrant that we discussed last evening for information pertaining to Trump's social media account, including information on any user who interacted with Trump ahead of the Capitol riot. Carter says this is another example of the Justice Department being weaponized by the Biden administration. I mean, what else do you need to know besides the fact that we now have millions of Americans whose privacy rights are being violated by this administration, by this Department of Justice that, again, has been weaponized. This has got to stop, he said. This sets the stage now for Jack Smith, the special counsel who's supposed to be nonpartisan. And it's just ridiculous that we in America are suffering through something like this. Carter said, Jack Smith, go ahead and put my name on there. I've reacted to him before, referring to Trump, and I continue to react to him. If you want to put my name on that list, that's fine. But this is a violation of our privacy. There's no question about it. There's no room for this in America. He went on to say Congress will attempt to get the FBI and the Justice Department's attention when it comes to their budget. Yeah. It's all about the purse strings, right? If you defund them, that would send a message, would it not? It's 844-844-3388. I see you've got a couple minutes before a news break here, so Brother Rambler will be checking in coming up. Otherwise, plenty of room for you. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station got a front row seat to some rare, what they would call atmospheric fireworks earlier this week. On Wednesday, the Russian Progress MS-23 cargo spacecraft departed from the International Space Station with a load of refuse no longer needed on the outpost. Specifically, they were carrying old equipment, household waste, everything the experts have decided to toss. According to Roscosmos, the Russian media outlet, just 4 hours after the Progress MS-23 undocked, NASA astronaut Jasmine Mugbeli was able to locate the re-entering spacecraft and photograph it as it burned up in the Earth's atmosphere. Incredible photographs taken from on board the ISS. Now, she said it happened faster than I thought. It was only visible for about 2 or 3 minutes, but it kind of reminded me a bit of fireworks, especially when it broke apart. Thanks to those on the ground who helped direct me where to look, she said. Most of the spacecraft and the contents were incinerated high above Earth. Some of that material did make its way down into the Pacific Ocean, according to the Russian Space Agency. Fiery re-entries. These are pretty much standard practice for non-reusable cargo craft departing this space station. 2 of the 3 spacecraft currently used for freight deliveries, the Russian Progress capsule and the Northrop Grumman Cygnus vehicle, routinely disposed of in the atmosphere once they've delivered their supplies, and room on the space station's docking ports is needed for new cargo. Now, the 3rd spacecraft they use right now is SpaceX's Dragon capsule, which actually is able to return home for splashdowns and future reuse. But another Progress spacecraft is set to launch from the Cosmodrome at 4:25 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, as a matter of fact, here just about 2.5 hours from now, which will be carrying 3 tons of food, fuel, and other supplies for the astronauts and cosmonauts aboard the space station. Part of the Expedition 70 mission. So that launch, I say, coming up 4:25 Eastern. Docking is slated for 6:14 a.m. Eastern Time, coming up this Sunday. For space fans, you can they normally cover all that stuff on NASA TV, space.com. You can find it.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Secretary of State Antony Blinken emphasized that when Israel resumes military operations against Hamas, it needs to present a plan aimed at enhancing the protection of Palestinian civilians.
I made clear that before Israel resumes major military operations, it must put in place humanitarian civilian protection plans that minimize further casualties of innocent Palestinians.
Following his meetings with Israeli and Palestinian Authority leaders in the Middle East, Blinken informed reporters that the U.S. is advocating for an extension of humanitarian pauses to facilitate the evacuation of remaining hostages from Gaza and to provide assistance for civilians in the region. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries criticizing Republicans for their impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Jeffries asserted to reporters earlier today that there's no evidence of any wrongdoing by the president in relation to his family business dealings.
President Biden is a good man. He's a good and decent and hardworking man, and that's been his entire life in public service.
He characterized the inquiry as a phony effort aimed at diverting attention from the White House GOP's track record. Meta revealed today that an individual in China created thousands of fake social media accounts designed to masquerade as Americans. The intention was to disseminate divisive political content, seemingly aiming to divide Americans ahead of next year's elections. The tech company overseeing the platforms such as Facebook and Instagram successfully identified and eradicated this network comprising of nearly 4,800 fake accounts. Beetlejuice 2 has wrapped up production as announced by director Tim Burton on Instagram. According to Deadline, Warner Brothers is eyeing a release date of September 6, 2024. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Buffalo Bills football player Von Miller wanted by Dallas police. The veteran linebacker is accused of assaulting his pregnant girlfriend yesterday morning in Dallas. Police say the victim was treated at the scene for minor injuries. A slight majority of Hispanic voters in Florida believe the Republicans would be more effective in addressing their key concerns than Democrats, as according to the latest poll analyzed by researcher Gary Segura.
Florida Latinos are unique in trusting Republicans over Democrats to best handle their important issues. So when we asked, who do you trust more to address it? And Republicans outscored Democrats 34-30.
The sequel to a 1988 comedy horror film is ready to go. Director Tim Burton announced on Instagram that Beetlejuice 2 has completed production. According to Deadline, Warner Brothers is looking at a September 6, 2024 release date. Actress Shannon Doherty wants to make it known that people with terminal cancer are capable of living quality lives. The 52-year-old announced that her stage 4 breast cancer has spread to her bones. The actress, best known for her roles in Charmed and Beverly Hills 90210, will discuss her illness in a new podcast called Let's Be Clear with Shannon Doherty. That premieres on December 7th. The 6-week United Auto Workers strike at Ford cut sales at the company by about 100,000 vehicles at the cost of $1.7 billion in lost profits this year. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code
Let's
USA.
face it. Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operation operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Another hour as we turn the page. First day of December. How many days till Christmas? Hey, the countdown is easy now, right? You betcha. Our number, 844-844-3388. Well, say it isn't so. No. China would not try to interfere with our elections, would they? All right. As you may have heard in the break there, that someone in China created thousands of fake social media accounts designed to appear to be Americans, using them to spread polarizing political content in an apparent effort to divide this country ahead of next year's election that was confirmed by Facebook this past day. The network said nearly 4,800 fake accounts were attempting to build an audience when it was identified and eliminated by the tech company, that's Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram. The accounts sporting fake photos, names, and locations as a way to appear like everyday American Facebook users. Everybody weighing in on political issues. Now, instead of spreading fake content like other networks have done, these accounts, they say, were used to kind of reshare posts from the likes of X, created by whether it's politicians, news outlets, and others. These interconnected accounts supposedly pulled content from both the left and the right. The goal, they say, appears to be not to support one side or the other, but to exaggerate the partisan divide, inflaming the polarization in this country. The newly identified network shows how Americans' foreign adversaries exploit our tech platforms to sow discord and distrust. And it kind of hints at the serious threats posed by online disinformation next year when national elections will occur, not only here, but India, Mexico, Ukraine, Pakistan, Taiwan, and others. These networks still struggle to build audiences, but it's a warning to the investigator, so say the investigators, into the inauthentic behavior on these platforms. Foreign threat actors are trying to reach people across the internet ahead of next year's election. Now, Meta couldn't definitively link the Chinese network, they say, to the actual Chinese government, but it did determine the network originated in that country. The content spread by the accounts complements Chinese government propaganda and disinformation that's tried to inflate partisan and ideological division in this country. To appear more like normal accounts, they would sometimes post about fashion or pets. Earlier this year, some of the accounts abruptly replaced their American-sounding usernames and profile pictures with new ones in suggesting they lived in India. The accounts then began spreading pro-China content about Tibet and India, reflecting how the fake networks can be redirected to focus on new targets. Meta often points to their effort to shut down fake social media networks as evidence that they're trying to protect election integrity, but Critics say that their focus on fake accounts kind of distracts from the failure to address responsibility for the misinformation already on its site. That also contributes to polarization and distrust in this country. But yeah, there's China. I could all but guarantee there's ties straight to the Chinese Communist Party government. They want this country divided. They want this country to struggle, to collapse. Yeah, everything negative that happens to us typically would be more beneficial to them. Good morning, Brother Rambler.
So you mean to tell me that when some strange, beautiful woman messages me on Messenger and says, hi, then the next message is, how are you doing? That's not a real person. That's someone from China? Huh. Okay, fooled me. You know, here I am getting my hopes up, thinking, well, you know what? 47-year-old fat guy going bald, big old beard. I may have a chance. Nah, it's just China fooling me. Well, praise God, Steve. How you doing, man? Glad to hear from you. Glad to be on the air with you. And hello, all of God's children. Glad to be talking to you tonight. And I tell you what, we got a great weekend for college football, do we not, Steve?
Sure looks that way.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm praying, got my fingers crossed that my beloved Alabama Crimson Tide can really pull it off. And like I said last night, depends on which team shows up. If the Bama team that played that awesome game against Tennessee and the same team that played that awesome game against LSU show up, Georgia, look out. But if that team fails to show up, we're going to be taking a heck of a butt kicking, getting back to going back to Tuscaloosa. But best of luck. Praise God. I'm glad that everybody's doing good. I tuned in right as Gilligan was coming on. I heard him talk about scat packs and all this stuff. And at first I'm like, is he on here describing his latest lot lizard? And then I was, oh, no. He's talking about that brand new car he got.
Yeah, right.
So we know who's making the money. Kentucky Kid, we know who's making the money and Averett, right? Praise God. Come on, Gilligan. Going through the midlife crisis. Most people go and just get a Harley Davidson. Gilligan goes out and just, big boys us all, gets that nice big fancy. And it is a beautiful car. I got to give him props. Marianne has good taste. And I heard she picked out the color. So I'm happy for him. Praise God. Glad he's after. I almost said scabies, but it's shingles. And man, I don't wish that on my worst. I ain't never had it. I don't want it, but I've heard it's very painful, and I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Marianne's listening. Is this the same Marianne that lives up there in Montana? Marianne Throbe, I think that's her name, and chimes in. Sweetheart, we are praying for you. God bless you. You just hang in there and have faith. Listen. Noah got drunk, Jacob lied, Moses murdered, Rahab was a prostitute, David had an affair, and Peter denied Jesus. But you know what, God's children? God used every single one of those people to help build a kingdom. And I'll tell you what, the kingdom's still being built. And I don't care what your sin is, or how dirty, or how divisive, or decisive it is. If you come to the cross, if you come to Jesus Christ, He'll forgive you no matter what you're doing. And I mean that, no matter what you're doing. And He can use, believe it or not, He'll use someone you wouldn't even imagine to help spread that gospel message. And AE, go over there, check out Blue Flame Ministry, Shorty Morris's boy. Mm-hmm. Here he is on the verge of death, and 1 year later, I believe it's his wife with him. They're telling folks about Jesus. I mean, complete turnaround, Steve. Complete 180, complete turnaround. But, we start talking about college football and, NFL. We start getting sad and, because we hate to see it ending. But, man, I'm reminded that, boy, ice hockey is really starting to ramp up. And, man, my top two favorite teams has always been the Detroit Red Wings and the Dallas Stars. I love both those teams. And Steve, I know we're early into the hockey season, but my God, I'm so proud of the Detroit Red Wings. They went out and got Patrick Kane, about a 20-year veteran, played 16 years with the Chicago Blackhawks before they traded him off to the New York Rangers. And they just paid him $2.75 million to come and be the power forward for the Detroit Red Wings. And man, Kane, God, he's such a good player. And I'm all excited, Steve, because we got this trip coming up. We'll be on vacation, and I'm going to get to see Dylan Larkin, number 71, Billy Husso, number 35, the goalie, and I'm going to get to see Patrick Kane. I know he'll be on the ice playing by the time I get up there, and hopefully Detroit, and they kick some good butt against the Blackhawks. I saw that final score. Hopefully they'll kick some good butt against the Anaheim Ducks. I'm looking forward to it. Man, I'm looking forward to it, Steve. But
Rambler,
I tell you, brother,
a couple of weeks ago, I saw the story about it was I guess a U.S. hockey player that was playing like over in Europe or something that had that incident where the skate blade caught his neck, and actually he died from his injuries. I mean, I knew skate blades were kind of sharp, but I mean, they must be like razor blades.
They are, Steve. They are like razor blades. And if you pay attention, you watch, like if you go to a Cincinnati Cyclones game and you watch them walk, they have guards on them where they can actually walk. But yeah, they're like razor blades. And, they have to be, they have to be sharpened. And, it's amazing, what mankind has had, what God has allowed mankind to create. You think about a railroad car, railroad tracks, that's about the size of a dime, the way the wheels press on the tracks. And you look at ice skates, how they're about the size of a razor blade, and they're able to hold a 200-pound man up. And ladies too. There is female hockey, so let's not leave our female counterparts out. Man, it's pretty amazing of what they're able to do. And I tell you, most folks are like, hockey's boring. I want to encourage you, if you live in any place that has an NHL team or even a local hockey team, we support the Mississippi Seawolves down here on the Gulf Coast. And I know you're a supporter of the Cincinnati Cyclones. Go watch a game. This almost, if not harder hitting than football. Not like NASCAR, where you just watching a bunch of cars go around the track, and when one driver gets mad, they don't let them fight. Nah, man, when these guys get mad at one another and gals, boy, they'll throw the gloves off, and man, they'll just tear into one another.
Yeah, so
you have to serve a penalty for it.
You got to serve a penalty, but I mean, in hockey, the refs do kind of stand back and let them get a few punches in, but. If you throw a punch in baseball, if you throw a punch, in football or basketball, I mean, you're talking games suspension and big time fines and what. How do they let hockey players just duke it out?
Well, that's always been a tradition. You got the original six. The original six being Chicago, Detroit, New York Rangers, Toronto Maple Leafs, and so on and so forth. Back then, and they try and keep it traditional, when you had an issue on the ice, that's how you settled it. You got out there, you settled it. When, you start throwing knuckles, and when one goes down, it's over. They're all split up, and you're shaking hands afterwards. And I don't support fight. I don't advocate fighting. I mean, I'm a man of God. I'm a minister. But if you are going to fight, you know what? Don't pull a gun. Don't pull a knife. Man up. Be a man. Put your dukes up. And if you can't put your dukes up, then quit running your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and crawfish and go on somewhere else. But and I like that they'll let them go out there, resolve the issue. Yeah, you have to serve a penalty, but hands are shook. you know, and everything's good. They're probably in the bar afterwards having a Molson Ice or something like this. Some sort of Canadian beer, eh?
Yeah, well, so, the idea of, you know, what the penalty that you're going to serve oftentimes could lead to your team falling behind in a score because you get the power play. I guess the guy who initiates the fight gets the penalty, right?
Yes, sir. And a good power play is when there's when there's 2 or 3 of the opposing team's players put in the penalty box. Yes, man, that's when it gets really good. You get that power play going, and you know that there have been a lot of fights to where, you know, injuries have happened, and you know, fines have been divvied out and suspensions have been given. The Boston Bruins, God, what is his name? I can't remember his name, but he is a notorious goon. I mean, a notorious goon. And he's had to calm down because, man, he has been fined almost close to $1 million over the years for his actions on the ice. And man, I mean, he's hit someone. I can't remember what game it was, but he hit someone so hard that their head hit the ice, and we're lucky it didn't even break their neck. You know, wow. It was just crazy. So yeah, I mean, and the hockey goon is one of the worst there is. I mean, that's a dirty player right there. But you know, there's a lot of them. I tell you, Steve, one of the most vicious fights I ever seen was here a few years ago. It was the Calgary Flames and the Vancouver Canucks. 2 of their players went at it. I mean, teeth and blood on the ice. It was just, I'm like, oh my Lord, man, it was gruesome. But you know, when football starts calming down, we got ice hockey picking up, and that always gets me excited. And of course, you know, you got The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. He's got XFL kicking off, so it ain't the end of the world, God's children. And of course, you know, I know it's getting colder. You know, it's getting colder outside. And February 21st, guess what happens, Steve? Pitchers and catchers start reporting. So we know spring will be right around the corner. We just got to hang in there and, you know. Oh, by the way, was it you, Steve, that posted the video? That was a good video, and it shows the idiots out there. The one guy was smart. He threw tire chains on doing 35. Was it you that posted that? Yeah, I think it was.
I did post that.
Guy threw the tire chains on. Yeah. You know, when I was out over the road driving in the snow and ice, yeah, those same suicide jockeys, you know, that's a fuel hauler, but and I know the monkey gouger can and probably Kentucky Ken being a law enforcement officer, former law enforcement, can also coincide with me here. And that any time you always seen, you know, the people just barreling down the road, I guarantee you 3 miles down the road, they're off jackknifing the median or off in the ditch, you know. This wintertime, yeah, you know, don't just be safe out there, you know. And, you know, Steve, the best way to drive in snow and ice, you know what the best way is?
Park it.
Don't do it.
Park it.
Park it. Park it. Vehicles are not made. Look, we have ice skates. They're made to go on the ice, you know. Trucks, four-wheelers, they're not made to go on the ice. So just park it and be safe. Do yourself a favor. Get yourself home, you know. And speaking of home, before I get off here, if you do not have a home church, I want to just encourage you this Sunday, come on to Determined Ministries Church. Steve, we have service at 5 o'clock p.m., and you know, if you're not able to come and be with us locally, you know, we have the interactive part. And, you know, I want to encourage you, you know, we have a P.O. box. If you want to help us decorate our Christmas tree, you know, if you feel like, you know, God's good on your heart, I want to send a Christian ornament to Brother Rambler, you know, just get with me. I'll give you the P.O. box, you know, private message you. We'll message back and forth, and we'll make that happen. And, you know, Steve, it's Christmas time, it's ice hockey time, it's football time. There's something wonderful about this time of year. But my favorite time and my favorite thing about it is the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And I want to say this about Santa Claus. I'll leave it up to the parents to do that. But I want to remind you, even Santa Claus bows down to that babe in the manger. Never forget that. Even he has to bow down to the Lord Jesus Christ. Praise God. But I want you to come on out, be with us at 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern. And then, Steve, after our church, and I know God's going to just give us a great message, we have another show. Can you tell us a little bit about what we got going on at the 12 o'clock Eastern hour?
Yeah, midnight Eastern. We'll be back. We'll kick off a brand new week of Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Indeed.
And, Steve, tell us about the website that we can go to, that if we want swag, stocking stuffers, that we can get to support this show.
OvernightDriveRadio.com.
Yes, sir. OvernightDriveRadio.com. And let's not forget about our wonderful sponsor of Hot Shot Secret. And I tell you, just because you listen to or watch the Turban Ministries Church and you get spiritually filled, and you get blessed with what God awful singing I'm going to do, and the wonderful words of the Holy Spirit speaking, always remember that there's a show that's coming on right after mine. Just stay up, make you a sandwich, and be a first-time caller. And, when you call Steve, your first-time caller, if you tell him, well, I heard it on the Turban Ministries Church, that's not going to get you your $60 voucher. That's not going to get it, If in order to get that, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, you have to be a first-time caller.
It's that
If you're
simple.
a first-time caller and you heard about it on the Turban Ministries Church, well, guess what? You get the $60 voucher to go spend on hotshotsecret.com on their website. So let's not forget about that. And God's children, I just love all of y'all out there. I mean that. I pray for y'all. I sincerely mean that. I mean that from my heart. I really, really do. And I just want you to know to have a great weekend, no matter what football team wins. Remember, when you have Jesus Christ and the blood of Christ applied to your life, you're a winner either way. And remember this, love is not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and Steve, you have a great weekend. Get those lights up. I'll talk to you Tuesday night. Love you, brother.
All right, you say Roll Tide. I know he's pulling for those, the Tide this weekend. Yeah, speaking of, I shared that video. I got, kind of conflicting responses. Some said that the guy was going 35 in the snow and ice, didn't have any business being out there. He's been blown away by a number of trucks doing, obviously, if he was doing 35, they were doing 60, 65 easy. But the Ohio State Highway Patrol just released yesterday video that was caught in some of the lake effect snow a few days ago. And it was ugly. And it's one big rig after another big rig just piling into one another, hauling ass in the snow. Give you more on the story coming up. First, a news break.
USA News Update. Secretary of State Antony Blinken emphasized that when Israel resumes military operations against Hamas, it needs to present a plan aimed at enhancing the protection of Palestinian civilians.
I made clear that before Israel resumes major military operations, it must put in place humanitarian civilian protection plans that minimize further casualties of innocent Palestinians.
House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries criticizing Republicans for their impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Jeffries asserted to reporters earlier today that there's no evidence of any wrongdoing by the president in relation to his family business dealings.
President Biden is a good and decent and hardworking man, and that's been his entire life.
Beetlejuice 2 has wrapped up production as announced by director Tim Burton. Warner Brothers is eyeing a release date of September 6, 2024. Dave Collins, USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that, when combined, really keep things moving. I drink it every day, and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors: natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, that's a story from CDL Live this past day. Maybe I'll try to share the video here. With the Ohio State Highway Patrol dash cam and body cam video of a pile-up near Cleveland in those lake effect snows Tuesday. A little before 10 o'clock Tuesday morning, wintry weather conditions. 13 vehicles, numerous semi-trucks colliding on northbound I-271. Several people suffered injuries. None of them were life-threatening. But in the dash cam video, you've got the Highway Patrol trooper coming up on the beginning of the pileup, and he pulls off to the left shoulder. Numerous, I counted at least 4 semis, or 5, at least 5 barreling by, and all of them, piling into one another, jackknifing. Yeah, the speed was indeed a factor. The road conditions were pretty much horrendous. Then the officer gets out, then you've got the body cam footage as he walks upon the scene through the crash site, counting vehicles on foot in response to the pileup. It's that time of year, wintry driving conditions. You got to slow it down. I-25 in New Mexico shut down yesterday, Thursday. Snow and ice causing issues along the roadway there. A little after 1:30 this past day, 25 northbound was shut down at the 294 near Santa Fe. Jackknife semi across the road, traffic diverted there. According to KOB4 News, authorities also closed southbound 25 at the 299 to make room for crews to plow and lay sand. Earlier in the day, 25 was shut down near the Santo Domingo Pueblo exit. Additional crashes in the snow and ice. They were advising people, if you don't have to travel, stay home, as all the public schools and city offices were closed for the day this past day. Be careful out there in the snow and the ice. It's debate. We have this debate every year, especially early in the season when you get that first snowfall. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. I guess it's Casual Friday today, isn't it?
I believe it is.
So have you heard from Mr. Casualness himself there, the Scarecrow?
He did chime in hour number 1, I believe, briefly.
All right. Yeah, that's his usual operational mode there, I believe. So that's good to hear. Yeah, I was busy at the oil refinery there trying to get a load on the trailer there, so we haven't gotten back to listen to the first couple hours of the program. But the one thing I've been noticing there, using the app, at least mine, it seems to want to pause after about 10 minutes. So if you got to open the app back up and push the play button again and get it going again, and then about 10 minutes later it pauses and the volume's back down really low again. So don't know what causes it. Maybe it's a change of the month or something.
I have no idea. Hey, I did all I'm going to do to screw things up. So, and I mean, things were supposedly better last night. Somebody else emailed earlier and said the audio's down again. I don't know.
Yep. So anyways, and I haven't checked the app there for the Apple phone there. That's just on the Android side. So I'm not sure. Maybe some of your Apple phone users or applications can call in and let you know what that side's doing. But so anyways, do I understand it right from Rambler that when Alabama's out there and they need to get the win, that Rambler's going to show up with the Holy Hand Grenade? You remember the Holy Hand Grenade from the Quest for the Holy Grail there for Monty Python?
Right.
Remember you pull the pin and you throw the hand grenade on the count of 3, and you're going to count 2, 3. You're not going to count to 4, or you're not going to count to 2, but you're going to count to 3. You remember that whole thing? I'm just wondering if the Rambler's going to be out there with the big special box there with the Holy Hand Grenade there for the Alabama there to pull off a victory. I'm just curious there, you know. But anyways, so it's good to hear Gilligan came back to us there, I guess. I heard he was on there a little while ago and mentioning how the shingles had gotten him, and kind of lucky to still have his vision. And you know, I guess I'll say it again. I got a friend there that almost lost his vision. He actually had to do a lot of stuff with the eye and the eye surgery, and actually I believe they actually had to take the eyeball out of the socket to treat the infection that he got behind it. And then he's had injections and on for about an 8-month process there. And I guess at the end they figure he's going to keep about 95% of the vision in the eye that he had. But he's really, really lucky. But I don't know. I would never tell anybody what to do, but my recommendation is the shingles shot is probably for two sticks of the shingles shot might be better than going through the shingles now. I don't know. As I say, I did it myself, and I wouldn't tell anybody else what to do, but you got my story that I got from my friend, and you got what came from Gilligan and how close he could have been to losing his vision. Yep. So I don't know. Consider it. So I know you and the princess don't care for needles, especially the princess doesn't care for needles. So
she ain't going to get it. I guarantee you that. Don't know. She ain't going to get it. Yeah, no way.
Yeah. So.
And that's shingles. That's if you had, what was it, chicken pox, right? If you had chicken pox as a kid,
correct.
That's the virus or whatever that it goes dormant, and then when it comes to that's the shingles when you get older.
Exactly. Yep. So, and from what I understand, you didn't have chicken pox by being exposed to somebody that has chicken pox. But it comes on as shingles in the later years, which I guess is even worse than shingles if you had chicken pox. So I don't know what the whole deal is. If somebody's out there and hasn't had chicken pox, maybe you want to talk to a physician or a medical type person, or just consult YouTube or Google or something there, because all the correct information is on those Facebook. All the correct information is always on the internet. So, but anyways, I don't know. What else do we have going on? Rumor has it later in the day there, after the noontime hour, is supposed to have some rain showers appear here in the Mid-Atlantic. So, but they said by Saturday morning, all that's supposed to be cleared out, and then we're back to summer, Your Honor. It's supposed to be somewhere in the 60s.
Yeah.
So
have you got your Christmas lights up yet? You got your lights on the house?
Oh no. We don't. We live so far back in the country, out in the middle of an oak forest. There isn't any need for all that. The squirrels and deer don't appreciate it very much, so they don't seem to come up in mind either way. So,
yeah. Well,
so we don't worry too hard about that. But yeah, it's not like being on 34th Street there where you're at there, where all the kids come by and they'll toilet paper your house there if you don't have all the candy canes lit up out front or something.
Right.
But anyways, so yeah, I guess that's about what we got going for you here in the middle there. But we'll see if we have to. We'll check back in at the loneliest hour. And other than that, have a good rest of the show, and we'll be listening in, and we'll have a good weekend, and we'll catch you a little later.
Thank you much. There you go. Yep, I see the rain's kind of knocking on our door as this big storm system. What have we got? Rain from Topeka, Kansas. Yeah, looks like most of it's now east of Wichita, but northern Arkansas, you're socked in about the northern two-thirds. Rain from Bloomington, Illinois, all the way down to Jackson, Mississippi. It's raining in Louisville to Nashville, and kind of coming our way here in southwest Ohio. That's what's going to be headed over toward the East Coast later in the day today. All right, so everybody's given their breakdown. Big Ed's given his synopsis with a totally different prognostication of who will be the four final remaining teams in the playoffs for college football. Of course, everybody's got their predictions. Well, will Alabama be able to make their way into the Final Four? And Ohio State? Here's the breakdown I see from, I believe this was ESPN. It may have been Yahoo Sports. Ohio State's late bid to upset number 2 in Ann Arbor came to a screeching halt when the Wolverines picked off Kyle McCord. 25 seconds to play. That iced the game, 30-24, the victory for the Blue. In theory, the Buckeyes' bid for the college football playoffs was put on ice as well. Or was it, they say? Okay. Ohio State finds itself ranked number 6 in the updated college football rankings, playoff rankings, released on Tuesday night, ahead of number 7 Texas and number 8 Alabama. Longhorns and Crimson Tide both play conference championships games this weekend, while the one-loss Buckeyes are already in the clubhouse with the best loss among the realistic CFP contenders. There is still a path for the Buckeyes to make the playoffs, and it doesn't even include total chaos. They just need a very specific set of dominoes to fall. First things first. Number 4, Florida State has to lose to number 14, Louisville, the ACC championship game. A one-loss Florida State without a conference championship and an injured quarterback would have no chance of being ranked ahead of the Buckeyes. Now, the Seminoles are only 2.5-point favorites over the Cards, so the chances of that domino falling are actually pretty high compared to the others. Number 3, Washington has to take care of number 5, Oregon in the Pac-12 championship tonight, Friday night. A Ducks team that has 2 losses, both to the undefeated Huskies, will not be ranked above Ohio State. Odds makers don't feel as confident on this one. Oregon is actually a 9.5-point favorite over Washington, despite the head-to-head result from earlier this season. Then number 7, Texas, needs to get out of the way as well. And number 18, Oklahoma State, would be happy to oblige in the Big 12 championship game in what will be the Longhorns' last conference game before jumping to the SEC next season. Now, that's a long shot, but it's not a no shot. Doak Walker, award finalist Ollie Gordon II, and Cowboys are 14.5-point underdogs to the Longhorns, but never count out Mike Gundy when he's being disrespected. Finally, number 8 Alabama has to fall to number 1 Georgia. There's your SEC championship game for Ohio State's path to the CFP to be complete. The Crimson Tide are 5.5-point underdogs to the Bulldogs in what is a rematch of 2022's college football playoff national championship. Now, the entire scenario for the Buckeyes to have a legitimate chance to making the 4-team field is all kind of broke down. They got the chart here, but simply put, Ohio State would be the least objectionable option for the number 4 seed. Florida State would be the only other team with any sort of an argument, but again, the Seminoles' resume would be pale in comparison to the Buckeyes. Now, that's with Georgia, SEC championship game against Alabama, winning. Michigan, winning. Washington, winning. Florida State, losing. Oregon, losing. Then, of course, Texas and Alabama, losing. It's kind of convoluted, but that's where it stands. It is 844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, going through the whole synopsis of Ohio State trying to make it into the playoffs, I reminisce to, what was that movie? Dumb and Dumber. I think the original Dumb and Dumber. When Jim Carrey has the hots for that chick, and he said, "What are my odds?" And I think she said like 1 in a million. 1 in a million. And he said, "So you're saying I have a chance?" Right? Okay, whatever. Knucklebuster, hi there.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm lost, buddy. I just passed Walnut Street, Dalton, Georgia. I have no idea where the hell I'm at. You know where I'm at?
You're in my old stomping grounds there. Yes, I sure do.
Has Mama Summers got any good-looking girlfriends riding around in the dark wearing that little smile?
I don't know if the Georgia Peach would be out at this hour or not, but she lives in Dalton.
Well, we won't get nobody in trouble, then, especially me. So, I left Miami and I'm on my way up here now. At least it's not a rainy night in Georgia. I'll be going up here to K-Town, meet another driver tomorrow there. I guess I'll be singing Rocket Top up there, but not too loud anyway, right?
Right.
My mama's name was Georgia. I have a granddaughter named Georgia. But now my mama done passed on, but my granddaughter, she's an Alabama fan, see?
Roll Tide.
Of course, she gets that from her mama. Yeah, I know it. She gets that from her mama and her boyfriend there. So that's where that Alabama comes from on my side there anyway. But I'm a SEC fan. I just own and support all of them there, right? As long as they're playing for a national championship game there.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to pick Alabama beating Georgia in the SEC, and then we'll have 2 SEC teams up there in that national championship playoff again there. So, but may the best team win. That's all I can tell them. And they'll probably drag Ohio State back up in there with them there. So I'm predicting that Michigan's going to lose, and that's going to bump them right on out too there. So, anyway, you know, today is National Pie Day, and I'm going to find me some coconut cream pie somewhere. I'm going to join National Pie Day. We ain't talking about that stupid number either. Well, anyway, you know, Brother Rambler's right there. Love will roll the clouds away, and just a little talk with Jesus will make it right there, Steve. And that's all my bull on it for this go around. I think I'm going down this big old hill up here to cross over into Tennessee. And I ain't going to sing. I ain't going to sing Rocket Top. And I heard somebody told me that that one woman that Dallas Cowboys game that they thought was Dolly Parton, that was not Dolly Parton. That was a cheerleader from the last time they won a Super Bowl, Steve.
Oh, okay.
Good morning. We'll call in a little later on.
All right. Hope you find your way out there of Dalton, Georgia. All right. Pie Day, National Pie Day. Each year, December 1, yes, today, dessert lovers across the U.S. enjoy a slice of their favorite National Pie Day. Actually, pie is so delicious we celebrate it twice a year. The more popular date is actually January the 23rd. I guess you've got then the March 14 thing. Math teachers realized the potential benefits of teaching students about that crazy number pi while they ate pie. And it caught on so much that in 2009, Congress officially declared March the 14th National Pie Day. That is not the one Knucklebuster celebrates. He celebrates today with somebody say coconut cream pie. All right. Take you to Huber Heights, Ohio, where a local business was issued a violation after over 5,000 gallons of fuel leaked from its facility. The Ohio EPA was notified earlier this week 5,500 gallons of fuel had leaked from the ABF Freight Systems facility in Huber Heights, according to a spokesperson for the EPA. The emergency response responded to the scene and stopped the release by using an underflow dam, booms to absorb the leaked fuel, and plugging a nearby culvert. Now, by Monday evening, earlier this week, about 2,500 gallons of the leaked fuel had been collected. 2 days later, firefighters flushed the storm drain from the facility to the plugged culvert. That fuel and water mixture was recovered by environmental contractors. The contaminated tools and equipment will remain in place to collect any residual fuel, said the spokesperson. ABF Freight was issued a notice of violation for fuel impacting a nearby waterway, an unnamed tributary that leads to a nearby creek. EPA in Ohio said they're continuing to monitor the situation. That's a pretty good amount of fuel. That's a costly leak, 5,500 gallons at somewhere about $4.50 a gallon, I'm guessing, and then probably some fines from the EPA and the cost of them coming out to try to clean things up. It is 844-844-3388 as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The U.S. is urging an extension of humanitarian pauses in the Israel-Hamas conflict.
No nation should have to stand for what Israel had to experience on the 7th of October.
National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby emphasizing the conflict's origins and highlighted the release of over 100 hostages during the current ceasefire. The truce has been extended for a seventh day to facilitate hostage release and increase humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip. Speaker Mike Johnson said he has real reservations about kicking Representative George Santos out of the House since the New York Republican has yet to be convicted of a crime. Santos has survived two previous attempts to remove him, but support is growing for the latest effort after the release of a report from the House Ethics Committee earlier this month saying that Santos sought to fraudulently exploit every aspect of his House candidacy for his own personal financial profit. A slight majority of Hispanic voters in Florida believe that Republicans would be more effective in addressing their key concerns than Democrats. That's according to a poll analyzed by researcher Gary Segura.
Florida Latinos are unique in trusting Republicans over Democrats to best handle their important issues. So when we asked, who do you trust more to address it? And Republicans outscored Democrats 34-30. This is the only state in which that's the case.
The survey identified inflation, jobs, healthcare, gun violence, and affordable housing as crucial issues for Hispanic voters. The 6-week United Auto Workers strike at Ford cut sales at the company by about 100,000 vehicles and cost them $1.7 billion in lost profits this year. Additional labor costs from the 4-year and 8-month agreement will total $8.8 billion by the end of the contract. Ford will work to offset that cost through higher productivity and reducing expenses. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Elon Musk is apologizing for an anti-Semitic post, but he isn't apologizing for telling advertisers what they can do to themselves. Numerous companies pulled their advertising from Musk's social media platform X after he posted an endorsement of an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Musk accused the companies of trying to blackmail him with advertising. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries is criticizing Republicans for their impeachment inquiry into the president. Jeffries asserted to reporters today that there's no evidence of any wrongdoing by the president in relation to his family's business dealings.
President Biden is a good man. He's a good and decent and hardworking man, and that's been his entire life in public service.
What's being called an above normal hurricane season officially ends today. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says there were 20 named storms this year, which rank as the 4th highest since 1950. Despite the high number of named storms, Hurricane Idalia in late August was the only Atlantic hurricane that made landfall in the U.S. Most Americans are admitting to bad driving. In a AAA survey, 6 in 10 U.S. drivers admit to unsafe behaviors behind the wheel. Nearly 23% admitted excessive speeding, with the survey finding that speeding has the lowest perceived social disapproval. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, welcome back. Pulled up that video that was released from the Ohio State Highway Patrol. 13 vehicles involved. I guess there were several of those semis that were flying through that were able to, I guess, thread the needle and actually made it through without colliding. Because I know there were more than 3 that appeared to be piling in, but it says 13 vehicles, 3 big trucks. Anyway, so I shared the video. Check that out. Are they going too fast, or is it just me? On to the state of Texas. Kind of figured these kind of things one of these days would come down the pike. And this is going back to the vaccines, the COVID vaccines. We know that all the manufacturers had been given pretty much blanket immunity. You can't go back and sue. Now, this could get interesting. The Texas Attorney General is suing Pfizer, accusing the drug maker of misrepresenting the efficacy of their widely used COVID vaccine. In a complaint filed in Lubbock County State Court, Attorney General Ken Paxton said it was misleading for Pfizer to claim that their vaccine was 95% effective because it offered a relative risk reduction for people who took it. He said that claim was based on 2 months of clinical trial data and vaccine recipients' absolute risk reduction showed the vaccine was just 0.85% effective. 0.85. He also said the pandemic got worse even after people started taking the vaccine. Now, Pfizer, he says, quote, intentionally misrepresented the efficacy of the vaccine and censored persons who threatened to disseminate the truth in order to facilitate fast adoption of the product and expand its commercial opportunity. So says the complaint. The lawsuit seeks to stop New York-based Pfizer from making alleged false claims and silencing truthful speech, and more than $10 million in fines for violating a Texas law prohibiting consumers from, protecting consumers from deceptive marketing. Pfizer said more than 1.5 billion people have received its vaccine. They've reported more than $74 billion in revenue in 21 and 22 related to the COVID immunizations. In a statement, Pfizer said their representations about the vaccine have been accurate and science-based. They believe this lawsuit has no merit. Pfizer has also said the vaccine has demonstrated a favorable safety profile in all age groups and helped protect against severe COVID outcomes, including hospitalization and death. Infectious disease experts have said relative risk reduction is a more meaningful way to judge a vaccine's efficacy than absolute risk reduction. Relative risks shows how well a vaccine protects recipients relative to a study's control group. Now, Paxson, of course, has criticized the Biden administration's efforts to fight the pandemic. Earlier this year, he began probing whether Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson misrepresented their vaccine efficacy to examine the scientific and ethical basis for public health decisions addressing the COVID-19. Now, he said Pfizer did not tell the truth about their vaccine. We are pursuing justice for the people of Texas, many of whom were coerced by tyrannical mandates to take a defective product sold by lies, he said. This is actually his second suit against Pfizer in the month of November. In a case that was unsealed on the 21st of November, Paxson accused Pfizer and a supplier of manipulating quality control tests, resulting in the distribution of ineffective drugs to treat attention deficit hyperactivity disorder in children. Totally separate case. The status of the probe into Moderna and Johnson & Johnson, at this point, not clear. Paxson's office did not respond to request for comment, so he sued Pfizer. Will he also subsequently be possibly suing Moderna and or Johnson & Johnson? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see here. Are you with me?
I'm with you. About the time I woke up, smoked my morning cigarette, you started talking football. You know, I'd kick Jones. Hell, that timing is just right. Did you, well, first of all, you better go get that shot, Dave.
The shingles?
For COVID.
Oh, the COVID, okay.
No. So, well, because they're claiming there's some kind of respiratory thing going around that young kids are getting. Have you kept up with that?
Yeah, it's a pneumonia thing. I mean, they're saying, I think it's just your typical respiratory virus. I mean, right here, actually, one of our neighboring counties, supposedly, I think Warren County, Ohio, has 174 cases of pneumonia in kids right now.
Yeah, and they say whatever it is, it really affects them young people real hard. I know I was at the store here last week, and some grandma had a couple of her grandkids in there, and boy, they was hacking and coughing, and you know, that old deep-throated cough, and I'm thinking, God, they got that damn virus. You know, naturally, kids don't cover up, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I just made sure I kept about a 10-foot distance from them. But you know how people are, they'll get their old kids out. They don't keep them at home, that's for darn sure. So you with them young people in your life, Steve, you better go, I call it the cootie shot, you know, you gotta go protect yourself from the cooties. Hello?
Are you with me?
Dave, that's true.
That's all right.
I'm with you, brother. Did you catch any of the debate last night?
No, I did not. I think Pappy chimed in. Or he tuned in a bit. He said he fell asleep to it, but did you watch?
Well, I was going to no, I didn't get to watch it or listen to it because I pulled in at where I'm parked, and I got a decent restaurant here, and I'm hungry. I wanted to go eat a meal instead of get something off them slop tanks at the truck stop.
Mm-hmm.
So I went in there to eat. Missed the whole darn time. I'm sure DeSantis slapped him around a little bit, unless you're tunnel visioned and think like your favorite president, think there ain't nothing wrong with the economy. All I know is all you got to do is walk in the store and you can figure out real fast something's going wrong somewhere with the prices you have to pay for stuff. Don't you agree with that?
100%. I mean, the numbers just came out earlier this week. $100 worth of merchandise, I believe, from 2 years ago cost you, the same stuff would cost you $120 today.
I think it's a little more than that, personally, myself. You know, I ain't going to argue with the experts because they seem to know more than I do. All I know is my wallet says that's bull crap. Same stuff that you spent about 100 or 2 years ago, $100, about $160. The way I see it. But so if I understood you right, if Georgia wins and Texas loses and Florida State loses, that's Ohio State's best avenue to get in?
That's pretty much what that particular story I was sharing there was. Now, I get a question because you just heard Knucklebuster, the last call. Now, he feels as though even if Georgia were to lose to Alabama, they would be a one loss, and he said we'll have 2 SEC teams in the playoffs.
Yeah, and he could be right. If Alabama beats Georgia, well, but then it's going to go, like I say, it's going to go down to the strength of schedule. Because I thought there was three avenues that Ohio State could get in it. Because I know it's a Texas loss, Florida State loss, and then Oregon's going to, even if Oregon or Washington one's going to get in it. One of them two is going to get in it. So, yeah, he could be right. It could go back. It could beat Alabama and Georgia and then Ohio State. Boy, don't you know people are going to raise hell about 2 SEC teams in there. Michigan's got to lose, though, for that to happen.
And that's another. He said, Knucklebuster predicts Michigan's going to fall to Iowa. I don't know.
Well, they can. I think it's going. It could be a pretty close game. Really, they could. And who'd I pick to go in it? Alabama, Ohio State.
I think you had. You had Florida State and Washington, I believe. Then Ohio State and was it Alabama? Yeah.
Yeah, Alabama. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna stick by my prediction.
Okay.
Yeah, that means Michigan's going to have to lose, and that's a good possibility. Knucklebuster's right, that it's not going to be a cakewalk for Michigan. The only thing with Iowa is their damned offense ain't worth crap. They got a fairly good defense. Of course, I thought Ohio State had a fairly good defense too.
Mm-hmm.
See how that turned out. But I go back to that interception. I go back to where Ohio State, don't know what old Dave was thinking. They come out, they just were not aggressive enough that first half. And then turned around and lost it on that damn interception. I mean, they come back the second half, played aggressive enough to win. But that first half, what really cost them. You can't go in that damn game like that. You got to go in there. And that's why Texas could lose. It ain't so much as disrespect to Mike Gundy because he ain't nothing but a punk, in my opinion. It's just those players he got, boy. They believe in going out and hitting hard from the word go. So that could cost Texas. But anyway, we're going to find out for sure, bro. We're going to know something by Saturday night at midnight.
Yes, sir.
Have you heard anything out of Monkey Gatherer?
I have not heard from Monkey Gouger this week. Nope, not a peep.
I'm surprised he hadn't chimed in on this. As far as that rain, Steve, I was over in your neck of the woods there, yesterday, and loaded up a load there at Dayton, Ohio. Coming back out here to Missouri with it. Man, that truck traffic from coming out of Ohio and going into Ohio, just wall to wall. Just 70's just an interstate of trucks.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of freight going through there. And the thing is, and I think, what was it, over the holiday weekend, I suggested people slow down a little bit, and he wasn't calling in and said I was full of crap and he was going to go 85 miles an hour if he wanted to.
Right.
That was
Sundance.
Yeah, Sundance. Yeah, Sundance, you just go right on and do your 85 mile an hour because you're going to be that idiot I see, like I seen yesterday, sitting in the bar ditch because somebody cut him off. Or you got in a wreck and run over and killed somebody, and you can sit there in your jail cell and count all that money you're not going to be making. I heard his conversation that night. The old big head would have called in and crucified him, but my days of wanting to argue with fence posts are long gone,
I hear you.
So, anyway, Steve, well, I'm glad you got to hear from me twice this week. I guess I'll call you Sunday night so we can cry on a beer together.
I will see what happens. Like I said, you remember that scene out of the Dumb and Dumber when you 1 in a million chance. So you're saying I've got a chance.
Yeah. Well, I think. Well, I still think Ohio State will get in there. They've got they passed the eye test, and they had a real tough schedule, in my opinion. So we'll find out for sure.
All right. We'll
Steve,
see
I'm going back to bed.
All right, get some rest there. You need some beauty rest, as they call it. And we'll see who the official college football prognosticator is. We got a lot of differing opinions heading into this weekend.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, Big Ed also brought up the whole pneumonia thing. Some questioning what's going on in China. Here we had this past day that the outbreak of pneumonia cases in children in Ohio and Massachusetts have stoked fears it could lead to a surge of hospitalizations akin to what's happening in China and parts of Europe right now, officials in Warren County, Ohio, released a second statement in as many days to reiterate that the outbreak is not suspected of being any sort of a new novel respiratory virus, but rather a large uptick in the number of typical pediatric pneumonia cases, and not connected to other outbreaks, either statewide, nationally, or internationally. Warren County has 145 reported cases, which meets their definition of an outbreak in children ages 3 to 14. Now, they say, while the number of cases is higher this year, the severity is similar to previous years. Most cases recover at home and are treated with antibiotics. Western Massachusetts is also seeing an uptick in walking pneumonia cases ahead of the winter season. So this is the season of the RSV, and we're seeing a whole lot of it. A lot of kids with upper viral respiratory infections, cough, runny nose, some fevers. And the thinking with RSV is it can cause lower viral respiratory infections, so they can spread to your lungs. The CDC told the Daily Mail that, nationally speaking, nothing's out of the ordinary right now. But garnering headlines is China, where thousands of children have reportedly been hospitalized with what they're calling a mystery pneumonia. Chinese officials have said it's the country's exit wave from the COVID pandemic. Now, you've got Europe, the Netherlands, Denmark also reporting spikes in pneumonia attributed to mycoplasma. So at least in Ohio, they're saying it seems to be that it's normal. This is the time of year, especially now that you've had Thanksgiving, the travelers, and now Christmas is coming. It's the kind of things we contend with. All right, see what's happening with Pappy. What's happening out there?
What's happening, Steve? What's going on? Man, Steve, I'm just curious on how many of them children that are coming down with this had the vaccine. There's doctors coming out, Steve, that are saying that this vaccine has damaged your immune system. That it is better to go ahead and catch this stuff and sometimes deal with it, let your own immune system deal with it when it comes to these, colds and flus. And just saying, I don't know. I'm just curious to know,
Sure.
if they're asking these kids, and there's a number. Are you with me?
I'm with you. How about that? Big Ed twice in 1 week. Huh.
Hey, man, I'm going to put you on speaker so I can hear you a little better. Man, that's a treat, ain't it? Man of debate, Steve. Man, there's obviously conservatives have their views and far left radical liberals have their views, and we're not going to change theirs, and they're not going to change ours. But I know you're getting at the bottom of the hour, but I want to talk about potatoes.
Okay, well, because I was just looking at the clock there. Yeah, we're going to hit the bottom of the hour news break, but we'll return. It is a Friday. Look at there. We're into the first day of December. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Secretary of State Antony Blinken emphasized that when Israel resumes military operations against Hamas, it needs to present a plan aimed at enhancing the protection of Palestinian civilians.
I made clear that before Israel resumes major military operations, it must put in place humanitarian civilian protection plans that minimize further casualties of innocent Palestinians.
House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries criticizing Republicans for their impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Jeffries asserted to reporters earlier today that there's no evidence of any wrongdoing by the president in relation to his family business dealings.
President Biden is a good and decent and hardworking man, and that's been his entire life.
Beetlejuice 2 has wrapped up production as announced by director Tim Burton. Warner Brothers is eyeing a release date of September 6, 2024. Dave Collins, USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that when combined really keep things moving. I drink it every day and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors, natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, pick it back up here on a Friday. back to... All right, Pappy. What else did you want to touch on this morning?
Well, listen, in the debate, obviously, listen, it was on Fox. Hannity was the narrator. So, Newsom, he's coming into a right-leaning. Honestly, Steve, you got to give him, I guess, some credit for showing up, and having this debate. In my view, Steve, they just showed colors, man. There were several topics that were brought up when they compared. This was supposed to be a governor's debate, right? Not a presidential type debate.
Right.
When they brought up the numbers between the difference of California and Florida. And it's like how the schools were doing, the number of people leaving California, the crime rate. They would give the national crime rate. I forget what it was, Steve. I don't know. 438 or something. California was almost doubled. And Florida was lower. It was almost in half, like 200 something. And they just flat out asked Newsom, how do you explain that? And his answers are just idiotic to me, man. But when they got to climate change, listen, Gavin Newsom is all in on this climate change.
Yes.
All in, man. That we humans are responsible for all this. Now, man, Steve, I was hoping when they went to DeSantis that he was just going to call it what it is, one big hoax. Unfortunately, he didn't do it.
No.
But he did slam it, talking about, 3/4 of the material used to make these batteries come from China. He was talking about all the electric vehicles and stuff. He was putting it down, but I wish he would have just called it what it was, man. It's a big lie. So, man, I don't know if you've seen this clip with Potato Face. John Kerry. He was up on the House giving a little talk. I don't know if it was a hearing or what it was, but he's trying to convince everybody, that we got to do something about the carbon emissions and blah, blah, blah. So he started out, one of the congressmen questioning him on, they're talking about the whole parts per million and all this. And, he said right now we're at like 400. These numbers, Steve, I'm just throwing them out there.
Right.
I don't know the exact numbers here, but he was saying the numbers are like 400 parts per million. We'd like to get down to 350, a safer level. That humans are responsible for all this. Well, then he went on to say that 10,000 years ago, the parts per million were over 1,000. And he even said, 10,000 years ago when humans weren't around, it was 1,000. So we're doing tremendous work on getting these carbon emissions down. So this guy says, so you mean to tell me when humans weren't on the planet,
yes,
as we know them today,
there was more. So then
when humans were not on the planet,
then how in the hell is it possible that it was without humans? How was it possible that they were higher by double?
Yes. And you seen, if you would have seen his face, I don't know if you've seen the clip, but I think he knew he just debunked his whole theory in front of everybody.
Yep.
And he was like, there's geological events.
Right. We had earthquakes. We had volcanoes, which we don't have them anymore, right?
Right. And Steve, we've been talking about this on your show for years. One volcano just one volcano eruption, the amount of stuff that spews in the atmosphere, it's, this is a hoax, Steve. It's a hoax to get us to change our way of living. They want to be able to control. I think it was Philip that brought this up maybe about a year ago on your show. Or maybe it was Caller Steve. I can't remember which one.
Mm-hmm.
They want to control your travel. I mean, we are a free people, free to move amongst this country as we damn well please. We don't have checkpoints at each state. Show us your papers. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And a lot of this is that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to control us. Going back to that 15-minute city, you leave this area, you're going to be fined. You go over your meat consumption for the week, you're going to be fined. Anyway, when I saw that interview with him, I just chuckled, man. I'm going to try to find it, maybe record it on another phone and share it to my phone so I can post this thing and paste it all over the internet, man. You might be able to dig it up. I don't know. Do some searching. You might be able to.
I think, I believe I had shared that. It's probably been a few weeks ago. So I don't know. I could go to my page. It might be maybe way down the page somewhere.
Right. But, all right, my man. I got all the squares rolled for the weekend, all the laundry done. I'm ready. Ready for the weekend then. You say it's supposed to rain?
It's knocking on the door right now, Pappy. It'll be here in short order, yes.
Mm-hmm.
At least for our, it looks like it's going to be kind of a soggy Friday for sure. I think the weekend's going to be better though.
Yeah, at least it's not no 16 degrees, though, right?
Right.
All right, Steve A. Hammer down, everybody. Be safe. I appreciate you taking the call.
Have a good morning and a better weekend. It is 18 before the hour. Casual Friday, as we typically call it, right? See what's going on with. All right, Sundance Kid, Casual Friday. What's happening?
Hey, not much, Mr. Summers. Hopefully not my last phone call in for the next month of the new year. But, and I want to apologize to Ed for my off-comment remark. It wasn't meant toward him. It was more toward the way we're paid is the problem, and you're racing the clock every day.
Yeah.
So, it wasn't meant toward, and I'm sorry about his loss. And I just wanted to apologize. So I don't want to be offensive. But I'm having a hell of a day, Steve. We changed runs today, and this is to testify that there is a God. I normally run to Kentucky every day, but my run got moved up, and I didn't have a 10-hour break, so I got put on another run going to Arkansas today. Well, I run over there, never been there before, raining like a son of a gun. Once I got through Memphis and headed up Arkansas, up 55. Wind blowing, truck over on the other side, over in the ditch. Two of them. And I'm like, and everything's fine. But the rough-ass roads, well, right before that, my CD, I did not put it back in my truck correctly. And it fell out of the cubby hole and pulled my coax connector to the back of my CB out. So that happened. Now I got no CB radio. Then I get over there to where I'm going. It's raining. I get there. It clears up.
and it's not raining no more, and my windshield wipers quit. So I get on the radar, and I'm looking, and I got loaded, and I'm in a gap. It's like the sky's opened up, and there's a gap going back to Alabama from Arkansas. I got no windshield wipers, and I'm in the gap between Memphis and Corinth, Mississippi, running back, trying to stay between the clouds. So normally I'd be going to Kentucky, and I wouldn't be able to make it back because it's raining like a dog coming from that way back to Alabama. So I just want to testify that there is a higher power up there looking out for me today, except for my CB radio. But yeah, Alabama's going to be in the Final Four, along with Georgia, Michigan, and probably Washington. Oregon's not going to make it.
Okay.
Their strength of schedule is terrible. So, and then Alabama's going to win the national championship. So
going all the way. Wow. Okay.
Oh yeah, we're going from 8 to number 1 in the next next month and a half. It's amazing what we do. I mean, we've done it a lot. I think we're up to 19 championships. Yeah, we do that stuff. People discount us, but when Nick Saban's got to play, he don't care if we're down 20 points at halftime. He's got to play to fix that. And so look out when we beat Georgia this week. I'll be calling in Monday night.
Okay. All right.
I won't be there Sunday night because I'll be sleeping in it. But y'all have a good weekend. Enjoy your football. And try to get back with these damn windshield wipers not working. And I don't know if it's a fuse or a motor. So we'll find out when we get back.
There you
we
go.
Got another 113 miles. Y'all have a good weekend, and I'll see you Monday.
Hopefully it's just a fuse, because that's an easy fix, right? But then again, something causes the fuse to blow normally. Motor may be going down, right? It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, what do you say? What do we got? About 12 before the hour. And Russell, I believe. Russ going to be checking in. What's going on, Russ?
Not too bad. How about yourself?
Doing well. Happy Friday.
You too. Thank you. I'm going to tell you, I saw the video you had on your timeline about some truckers and stuff. I experienced, I had to take my daughter up to Maine. She's moving up there. It was a 14-hour trip, ended up being a 20-hour trip because we ran into some snow in PA big time. I mean, the roads weren't plowed or anything. It was just terrible. But I did, most of the truckers, though, they drove pretty well. But there's a few, though, they just like fly right on by. And I was like, oh, my goodness. But we saw 7 cars that were off the road, and 1 trucker was off the road. His back end was off the road. But it was a road trip. Then I had to experience. I had to fly back home, which I've never flown before, and that was an experience. But I drove in snow before because I was a bus driver here in Dayton, so the snow didn't bother me. But my daughter was scared though. But it was coming down, and I'd kept up with the weather though. That's the thing with the route we was taking. It just said rain, but then we got around Cleveland, and they said they was going to have 14 inches of snow, and then PA was going to get hit too. So it was pretty bad. But we made it through and got up there, and like I said, I flew back, and I experienced that. It wasn't too bad flying, but yeah, I was going to throw something out here. Me and my friend talked about this last night about these games here. What would happen if all the undefeated teams were beat, and the ones that are 11-1, except for Ohio State, because they've already played their games, but if Oregon became 12-1 and Alabama and Texas came 12-1, everybody be 12-1. I mean, how would they work that out? If Georgia lost, Michigan and Washington and Florida State.
That's where they go to what they call the strength of schedule, and in a lot of cases,
yeah.
How many teams did your team like really beat the hell out of winning games like 50-13 and high scoring games, or did you just barely?
Right.
They go to all those sort of things, which some of that could happen this weekend.
Yeah, it could. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very, very interesting. But like I said, I enjoyed that road trip. I love driving and everything. But man, I wasn't expecting. Also, I forgot to tell you, it was that snowstorm, hit lightning, and also hail. I mean, big time hail. I couldn't believe it. It's some wild weather.
Wow.
Yeah. But anyway, I'll let you go here. You guys get to the top of the hour here. But you all have a good weekend, and we'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks for checking in, Russell. Have a great night. Be safe out there. Well, it's brain dead. Is it like your Monday?
Gee, where's Captain Ron at when you need him the most, Steve? I mean, it's bad enough that I need to wish a happy 85th birthday to our good friend Heatwave. I mean, honestly, if I looked that good coming out of the nursing home, then I wouldn't be leaving the nursing home, Steve.
85th birthday, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I told me and Dingbat were talking here over her lunch break. She said, I could picture him at 16 years old. And I said, well, open your eyes first, dear, because, 16-year-old was a long century ago. But, I need to remind him that, if he doesn't want to get heartburn, take the candle off the cake first before you eat it. Just remember that, Heatwave.
Yeah.
Take the candle off the cake first. You won't have heartburn. So, but yeah, it's been like a Monday today. But I sent you that story. You may have covered it about that A1 Towing losing their license yesterday over the week. Did you cover that?
No, you sent me a message in regards to that. No, I had the story about predatory towing being a national thing, but so. Give me the rest of the story. Was it the city of Memphis, or did the state step in, or what's going on?
Yep. The city council stepped in and banned them from towing any vehicles and booting any vehicles. That means that they cannot tow any vehicles in the city of Memphis. Even if it's a police call, they can't boot any vehicles in the city of Memphis for the next 30 days. Arkansas has already banned them for 60 days. They can't do the same thing. But me being a resident of West Memphis, I have yet to see any signs up like what they have at the truck stops of where they are doing this booting and towing in Arkansas. I mean, I thought this was just a city of Memphis problem. I didn't know it was an Arkansas problem. But they can still go out into the county and do towing work there. But I don't think there's any places over there that they can do any booting work for. See, their idiot lawyer, I probably imagine they got him from some reject law school, that is sitting there saying, well, we're following the state law. We're following the state law. Well, you don't just have state law here to follow, you idiot. You've got county and city. You've got 3 to go by. And if one says one thing, you got to comply.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like getting pulled over for speeding. You know, it's not that, okay, well, you know what? The state law says I can run 85 mile an hour on this interstate, even though the city says it's 55. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
You still have to abide by what the law is. And they're not getting it through their thick skull. I do wish that TBI or others would step in and maybe send this guy a message, you know, that, hey, he needs to get out of business. But, yeah, basketball, you know, I heard Rambler talking about hockey season. You know, basketball season's off to a good start, too. Well, not so much for my Volunteers that we really stunk it up the last 3 games. But I will say this to Big Sexy, though. His Hogs beat Duke, number 7 Duke in Fayetteville, 80-75. That was a really good game the other night. I was able to watch that game, even though we sucked against North Carolina, Steve. But, you know, old Rambo was right about the hockey. Yeah, it's a good sport to watch, Steve.
I've liked hockey for many years. Yes, a lot of fun.
Yeah, but by the way, speaking of Rambler, maybe he can help me out on this, Steve. Now, a friend of mine told me that somewhere in Revelations in the Bible, it says that there will be 30 minutes of silence for men when they get to heaven, when God opens the 7th seal. Did you know that?
Can't say that I did.
30 minutes of silence when God opens the 7th seal of the book of Revelations. So, with that, Steve, I got to hit my story here. I'll holler at y'all later.
All right, very good. Thank you, Brain Dead. And yeah, I know it's Monday for him. He'll be working for the weekend, or working through the weekend, that would be. All right, as we turn the page on the calendar, first day of December. What do we have coming up? Any interesting astronomical events in the month? Well, indeed, we've got several things, one of which is the last major meteor shower of the year coming up here in a couple of weeks. And a dazzling display here coming up mid-month. The Geminids, we'll tell you more as we roll into that final hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Hamas has transferred 6 additional Israeli hostages to the custody of the Red Cross following the release of 2 hostages just hours earlier. The development coincides with an agreement between Israel and the Palestinian militant group to prolong their temporary ceasefire by another day. As part of the truce extension, Israel will also release more Palestinian detainees from its prison. Nevada's law enforcement community is in grief following the death of 2 state troopers who were struck and killed on Interstate 15.
Under Sheriff Andrew Walsh of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department urged people to come together in support of the state police in the coming days and weeks.
And right now, during this very tragic time, the Nevada State Police is going to need that love and support from the community more than ever.
The troopers who were killed were responding to a situation where a driver appeared to be asleep behind the wheel, and that's when the collision occurred. The person driving the car responsible for the crash is currently in police custody. In Las Vegas, I'm John Schaefer.
Meta revealed on Thursday that an individual in China created thousands of fake social media accounts designed to masquerade as Americans. The intention was to disseminate divisive political content, seemingly aiming to divide Americans ahead of next year's elections. The tech company overseeing platforms such as Facebook and Instagram successfully identified and eradicated this network, compromising nearly 4,800 fake accounts. These accounts utilized fake photos, names, and locations, presenting themselves as typical American Facebook users expressing opinions on political matters. The NFL has released schedule updates for Week 15, revealing that 3 games are slated for December 16th. These matchups feature the Minnesota Vikings facing the Cincinnati Bengals, the Pittsburgh Steelers taking on the Indianapolis Colts, and the Denver Broncos meeting the Detroit Lions. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
More U.S. retailers are adopting a returnless return policy this holiday season. The returns firm GoTRG says U.S. shoppers are expected to return $173 billion worth of holiday purchases this year, and that returns drain profits because they have to be transported, sorted, and resold, often at a discount. The firm says this year 59% of retailers are offering so-called returnless policies for unwanted products whose return costs exceed their value. Why doesn't Kevin McCarthy ever criticize former President Trump?
Times ex-House Speaker Kevin McCarthy revealed that he refrains from criticizing Donald Trump on television that agitates the former president. McCarthy expressed his belief that publicly criticizing Trump is not appropriate. When discussing Trump's presidential aspirations, McCarthy suggested that the campaign should emphasize a more optimistic message rather than one centered on revenge. I'm John Schaefer.
2023 is set to be a record year for the U.S. extracting oil and gas. The latest federal government forecast shows a record 12.9 million barrels of crude oil, more than double what was produced a decade ago, being extracted in 2023. The Biden administration has handed out oil and gas drilling leases on public lands at a rate comparable to Donald Trump. Fans of John Lennon, there's a docuseries coming next week on Apple TV+. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Final hour. Here it is, believe it or not, on a Friday. Just got an email from Steve checking in as we get it started. Thank God it's Friday. This week sure took its sweet time getting here. We're looking forward to doing nothing this weekend. It's looking like it's going to be a pretty wet day in central Ohio. Yes, indeed. I suppose it's time to head into town, see what we can find. Everybody enjoy the day, enjoy your weekend. Thank you much, Steve. And as we speak, the wind's beginning to kick big time outside the bunker. That's the showers, the rain, the front that's approaching our area. Well, this year's astronomical calendar has been packed with a lot of captivating celestial sights. And the year will conclude with a slate of events, including the highly anticipated meteor shower, the long nights, more time for stargazing, the chance to see the return of the famous constellation Orion. Early morning stargazers have been able to see Orion for several months, but the constellation returns to the evening sky before the end of the year, rising in the east every night about 8 o'clock local time. Anything from the cold moon to shooting stars. Here's what we got. First of all, of course, the biggie, the Geminids. Last major astronomy event will put on a dazzling display. Of course, you'll have to bundle up to brave the chilly December weather to catch a glimpse of some shooting stars. This will be a Wednesday night into Thursday morning, the 13th into the 14th, when the Geminids reach their peak. Known for producing over 100 shooting stars per hour, including the chance to see a few colorful meteors. This year should provide excellent viewing conditions, weather permitting, as the Geminids will peak on a moonless night, resulting in the darker sky, easier to spot some of the dimmer meteors. The week after the Geminids, the Ursids' final meteor shower of the year peaks. However, that particular natural light is pale in comparison to the Geminids, maybe 5 to 10 at best per hour, which will come up December 21st into the morning of the 22nd. Of course, the shortest day and longest night of the year takes place here for areas north of the equator, the arrival of the solstice. This year, that will be 10:27 p.m. Eastern, Thursday, December 21st, the official start of astronomical winter in the northern hemisphere, the beginning of astronomical summer in the southern hemisphere. You know, while some may feel like the long winter nights just drag on, astronomical winter's the shortest season, lasting 88 days, 23 hours, and 33 minutes, according to timeanddate.com. This is shorter than fall, which lasts around 89 days. Spring lasts about 92, and summer lasts an actual 93 days. I don't care how many days it is, just those long, cold winter nights seem to drag on and on, don't they? Well, what's happening with Vic this morning?
Oh, I just kind of sitting here listening to everything that was going on, but you hit on that oil drilling thing. I sent you an email sometime earlier in the week about Biden with his strategic petroleum reserve withdrawals. There was something called borrowed barrels. I hadn't had time to look it up. I need to be getting up to speed on this energy stuff. And then I think earlier in the week you were talking about the natural gas wellheads froze and caused a drop in pressure into New York City. And I couldn't quite understand that because of the natural gas wells that, are in Alaska and other very cold places. But anyways, that was just kind of, I'm way behind on a lot of things, but the rather more pressing things. But you were talking about this COVID vaccine and this virus that's going around. I really haven't had time to check into that thoroughly, but there's something about it that affects the white portion of the lungs or something. But when they got into this whole COVID thing and the mRNA vaccine, they had a hearing, I believe it was earlier this week, and I never seen such a long-winded answer that said virtually nothing to an answer to one of the senators or representatives' question. And all he wanted to know, would it be possible for mRNA vaccines, which are, they're experimental, would it be possible for them to cause cancer? And the guy that was answering that, I don't know what drug company he's from or biologist or anything else, but he went all through the cellular functions and everything else, and it's like, can you not just give the guy a straight answer, yes, it could cause cancer, because you've heard him talk about the colostrum in the mother's breast milk when a child was born, that carries all of her antibodies, and that's where originally the immunity came from, in a newborn child. And then the DNA that they test is always from the male side of the family, and they couldn't test for the mitochondrial DNA, which that's the part that gives the part of the messenger RNA that gives the immunity to the newborn child. And this mRNA vaccine seems to affect that, and it causes different type of cancers. And they had a whole list of stuff that it was possible for mRNA, which was an experimental process, that it bypasses the natural body immune function. Mm-hmm. As far as just lack of a better explanation. And the thing that interested me was my wife's sister has a type of leukemia or blood cancer, and they told her it came from racing fuels. And it's like, racing fuels, they never did go to race. They rode a motorcycle a lot, but they never did. They just weren't race fans, Yeah. And I was trying to figure out how in the world, what fuel did they burn in that motorcycle? It was probably, it didn't have any ethanol in it. But anyway, well, lo and behold, that mRNA, one of the cancers that it causes, was blood. The stuff that she had, the blood cancer, form of leukemia, and her husband died a little bit over a year ago, and he actually had another type of cancer, and then they put him in a nursing home and had him go to the hospital. He picked up COVID there, and so between the cancer and the COVID, he went on. So anyway, the stuff that has went on with that mRNA and was pushed by all these different companies, and it appears that a lot of elected officials had a lot of money invested in some of these stocks from these companies, and that just it just kind of hit me when you all were talking about these vaccines and the cancers and the respiratory virus, because it also weakens. Well, it just weakens the overall immune system, basically, and that was really what I was calling in about. And the other thing too, I seen on the Chiron today that the Philippines has banned Smartmatic voting machines.
Yes.
I didn't check into that either.
I saw the headline.
But
I did not pull up the rest of the story. Yes, I'm kind of curious as what the reasoning was. Are they hackable, or what the deal?
I don't know. I've kind of been busy all day long, and I didn't really have time to check on much thing. I don't even know what the markets did today. But anyway, that was it really struck me as odd that the Philippines would strike that down. So it looks like this whole thing with Trump could be falling apart fast. You know, all the different cases that are brought up there, and then who was brain dead? He was talking about the city laws and all that stuff. They don't really override state law, but a lot of the state and federal laws will say, well, let's just stick with the trucking industry. You have to obey the local speed limits and no Jake brakes and all that other stuff, because if you look at the federal law, it says that you have to obey local safety laws. So, and a lot of these other federal regulations, it will say that you have to comply with local and state ordinances and stuff. It's called a home rule. And in Trump's case there, that's why that deal with Letitia James, it's kind of, it fits into common law, which we do have still in the United States. And basically, if it's an established practice and has to be for years, it falls into common law. And like with Trump and real estate and all the thing that he did, that's a standard practice. And for her to say that he was trying to defraud anybody, I don't know if you've ever had to or not, but I've had to go through those insurance things on these large milling companies and stuff on the different plants, milling plants and everything. And they have it's a gigantic book, and they have everything in that plant insured. And the insurance company will come around once a year and make sure it's still there and it's operating, because if it isn't, they're not going to pay off on it. So, and that's an annual insurance audit. And I can only imagine the what I want to say, the magnitude of Trump's insurance book on everything with all the stuff he has. And he has to have a lot of public liability insurance where people are in and out. So that part should be. And the banks, they have to make sure things are insured so that their loan is protected. So all I can say is this Letitia James really pulled this one out of her wazoo. And if she's able to win that, it's going to surprise me very much. So anyway, with that, I'll let you go there, Steve.
All right, I did a quick. I went back because I had indeed seen the headline about Smartmatic. I didn't really pay much attention, but it's the report is the Philippines Commission on Elections, COMELEC, moving to ban Smartmatic PH, the voting technology company, after the U.S. Justice Department filed criminal charges against a former COMELEC official alleging that he was bribed by Smartmatic in exchange for winning contracts in the Philippines. Smartmatic is suing numerous media outlets and individuals for defamation related to the 2020 U.S. presidential election, claiming that media coverage harmed its reputation. In its action, Comelec said Smartmatic had been disqualified and disallowed after the Justice Department alleged it had bribed Andre Bautista, the former Comelec chairman, and other Filipino officials $4 million in exchange for obtaining a contract for election machines. Back in September, the U.S. Justice Department filed money laundering charges against Bautista, a case involving 4 executives from subsidiaries of Smartmatic. Both Bautista and Smartmatic have denied the allegation. Still, Comelec said its action against Smartmatic was taken to uphold the integrity of the nation's polls. A 17-page resolution that the U.S. government has been seeking their assistance in getting access to records since as early as October of last year for its investigation into violations of several U.S. laws. The Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, conspiracy, wire fraud, and money laundering. It is noteworthy that Bautista, who served as the chairman of the commission, was formally charged in September of this year in connection with allegations of receiving bribes in exchange for awarding a contract for election machines to Smartmatic, according to the Comelec resolution. Bautista and others are alleged to have laundered the bribe money through multiple entities. It was revealed Bautista established a foreign shell company. Surprise, surprise. That's how it works. Ask Hunter. A foreign shell company which was used to receive bribe payments from Smartmatic. Charges against Smartmatic and former Chairman Bautista are of public knowledge and tend to cause speculation and distrust of the electoral process. According to the reports, Bautista awarded Smartmatic a $199 million contract to supply the Philippines with 94,000 voting machines for the 2016 presidential election. Several unidentified Smartmatic executives have been implicated as uncharged co-conspirators who allegedly caused or attempted to transfer $4 million to Bautista in violation of the U.S. money laundering laws. Meanwhile, Comelec referred its disqualification ruling against Smartmatic to the Special Bids and Awards Committee for the 2025 automated election system, which could also disqualify the voting company from all government procurement business. So these allegations, stemming from incidents potentially spanning at least 3 election cycles, have not been conclusively proven, but the gravity and potential to damage public trust warrant the Commission's proactive measures to safeguard the integrity of elections and democratic institutions. So reads the Comelec decision. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I tell you what, this automated voice recognition technology undoubtedly leaves a bit to be desired. I'm looking at my call screen. First online is Do You Pee? Which I had to think for a moment. I said, that's got to be pup. Next online is Again. I'm presuming that would be Gilligan. Followed by Eric Roll. I presume Scarecrow. Is that pup?
Yep, it's me, Steve. How you been?
Do you pee?
I don't know what that thing's doing.
What's happening?
It's raining pretty good over here in Indy. First of all, for some reason, I-70 West, downtown Indianapolis, is closed. If anybody's going that way.
Okay.
And then I believe it was Russell that said he was driving through that thunder snow and lightning and stuff.
Yes.
There is a picture that you'd probably like. It's they caught it from outer space, and it shows that lightning from the top on that thunder snow. That was pretty cool. And what else do I have for you? Oh, I don't believe you've mentioned this yet. Did you see that interview with Elon Musk?
I've heard the highlights where he talking about the advertisements to go blank yourself.
Yep. Yeah, I thought that was pretty good. No, I thought I'd call in and tell you about that picture and stuff. I'm not too far away from the terminal. I don't know what in the heck's going on. Our freight has almost tripled. We can't even keep empty trailers around right now.
Really?
Yeah, the Fort Wayne terminal up there, it's been so busy that our guys are usually done, our dock guys are usually done by 9, 10 o'clock at night. And shoot, they're still breaking trailers right now at 11 and 12 o'clock at night. So, but it just seems like it's going from terminal to terminal. But the last 2 weeks, we've been extremely busy. Too bad Heatwave doesn't live up this way. We could use his help right now. But, no, that's about all I had for you. Good luck on putting them lights up over. I hate putting lights up. I got 2 little pine trees out in my front yard. That's all I decorate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it takes about a case of Coors Light to get that done. I didn't say they was straight. I just get it done.
Yeah, the problem, you take the, like Scarecrow said a few weeks ago, these lights that were all working when you took them down, you take them out of you plug them in, and half of them work, the other half don't. Take half the day you spend trying to get the damn things working again.
Yeah, it's that thin wire that they're putting in these things nowadays. It doesn't take that much juice anymore to keep it. Ours are all LEDs. I'm assuming yours are. And it doesn't take that much juice. And I think when you go to wrap them back up around those spools, right, you always keep the spools and wrap them back up.
You get
a
kink
wire.
and just a crack. That's all it takes. All right, 29 past the hour.
USA News Update. The U.S. is urging an extension of humanitarian pauses in the Israel-Hamas conflict.
No nation should have to stand for what Israel had to experience on the 7th of October.
National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby emphasized the conflict's origins and highlighted the release of over 100 hostages during the current ceasefire. A New York appeals court has reimposed a gag order on former President Donald Trump in a civil fraud trial. Trump and his legal team are once again restricted from making public statements about the courtroom staff involved in the ongoing $250 million civil fraud trial. Southern states are attracting a growing number of residents as data from the U.S. Census Bureau indicates that more people moved to the South. The primary reason for America's moving included obtaining a larger home and enhancing their overall quality of life. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
A couple of southern border issues. A couple things to update you on. We all pretty much know, with the proverbial millions that are coming in, you got some bad guys in the mix. And according to Mike Rogers, former Representative Mike Rogers, he said border agents continue to encounter a growing number of individuals on the FBI's terror watch list trying to enter the country. Which obviously we should expect under this administration. Now, when you encourage people to come up through the southern border without consequence, this is what you get. We have no idea how many are coming in that are on the terror watch list. If there's one in the batch, maybe there's more. Part of the problem is people believe they can come through the border and end up in a nice apartment in New York City. That's the message being told to the rest of the world, which is why we're seeing even Russian folks coming across the border, Chinese, Iranians, Venezuelans, and in this case, people tied to terrorism in some way, who are now in the country. We don't know who they are, where they're at. That should be a concern. Homeland Security Department in September said 160 identified match those on the terror screening database had been apprehended by Customs and Border Protection trying to cross the southern border this fiscal year. That compared to 100 in fiscal year 2022. Now, separately, the number of Chinese crossing the southern border is growing rapidly. This was from the New York Times. More than 24,000 Chinese citizens were encountered in fiscal year 23. Fewer than 15,000 Chinese migrants were caught crossing the border illegally during the 10 previous years combined. Do the math, 15,000 in 10 years. That's 1,500 a year. 24,000 in 23? What's going on? Now, the largest reason for me is the political environment. Mark Zhu is a Chinese elementary and middle school English teacher who spoke to the Times as he waited to board a boat in Colombia, a beach town in the north. China was so stifling, he said. It's difficult to breathe. The problem's growing, but it's been on the radar for U.S. officials for months. We write to you with concern that over 18,000 Chinese nationals have illegally crossed the southern border in fiscal year 23. Some of these individuals having ties to the Chinese Communist Party, the People's Liberation Army. That was written by Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas and 4 other Republicans in a letter on September 20th to Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. July set the record for nationwide encounters with Chinese nationals, just over 6,100. Now, 94.8% of these Chinese national encounters in fiscal year 23 are single adults. This trend, we say, poses a significant threat to our national security and warrants immediate attention, action by the Department of Homeland Security. Expressing concerns about the lack of vetting of these Chinese migrants and the dangers they could pose to our national security. Furthermore, it's our understanding not a single one of these individuals encountered has been detained for any length of time, but rather benefited from this administration's policy of catch and release. National security experts also expressing the same concern about these numbers. Newsweek reported in October, that Rebecca Grant, a national security analyst at Iris Independent Research, said, I'm 99% certain that at least a little bit of this is Chinese military infiltrating for reasons harmful to our national security. Is it one person? Is it 100? Is it 1,000? We don't know. But the fact that we even have to ask this question is outrageous. Clearly, that border is a big opportunity. Some of these people want to come here and have a better way of life. Yes. Some of these Chinese nationals quite possibly are here to spy and report back, at a minimum, to the Chinese Communist Party. Okay, we see it, but nothing gets done. All right, welcome back, Gilligan.
Do it. Yeah, thanks for having me back, Steve. You're absolutely right. They turn a blind eye to this because they're all in it. I mean, come on, we got the connections between Biden and the Chinese Communist Party. We know that they benefit from all these illegal aliens to begin with. This is something that's anybody that really looks at this can see. But unfortunately, there's millions of Americans out there that keep their head buried. You know, they don't want to know the truth. I know some. It's as plain as the nose on your face, but they don't want to face that problem.
Yep.
You know, but by the way, I'm not having the best of nights. After I hung up with you earlier, I ended up blowing a drive tire. But the good thing about it is, within 2 hours, I was back on the road. So at least it was a quick road repair. I got hats off to the man to come out, local tire shop. They was really on the ball. But what's kind of funny was he seen me sitting there on the shoulder. He just returned from a call, and just about the time he got back to the shop, he got the call to come fix me. So it's kind of funny how that works. But that's how it is. Steve, we've got a serious problem. You know that I am the man that's handling the funds with the Inbred Rednecks presidential campaign.
Yeah, and he's been he's been missing for a few weeks here. Beginning to wonder.
Yeah, well, GMA and B Enterprises is collecting all the funds, and as far as that scoundrel Ramblers trying to say that I am pocketing this money to play for my brand new sports car, that is absolutely false. That is a false statement. I don't care if he's a preacher or not. He is making falsehoods. We might be looking into doing a lawsuit against this man for slander. But just remember, we got to have a lot of administrative costs to handle this money coming in to the campaign. But we have a new problem. On top of all this, now, would you believe Doc Holliday has thrown his hat into the ring to run for president? He's going to go on the H&H ticket. Now, I tell you what, he's openly admitted campaign contributions will go to his luxury hotels, his high-class meals, for some ladies of the evening, and for his gambling. At least we have a campaign promise. If you elect the Inbred Redneck for president, we guarantee a moonshine jug in every cupboard and a freezer full of deer meat. That's venison, Phoenix Heights. Just remember, our big goal is to beat Scooby-Doo in this year's campaign. Yep, we are Inbred Redneck for 2024. Doc Holliday, you do not stand a chance. GMA and B Enterprises is on the ball. H&H, sorry, you're a lovely group, but that ain't going to work. Yes, we do have all the respect for Doc Holliday and Hollywood and, Maverick and them men, but, hey, You're not going to win this campaign. Inbred redneck for president, folks. Remember that. I thank you.
I think Doc Holliday was just, I think he was just throwing his hat in the ring. I think he was something along the lines of he wanted a million Americans to just donate $1 to his campaign fund. If that were to happen, he'd be a millionaire. That's all he's about, making money. Well, what do we have here? Scarecrow or Eric Roll.
Are you sure it doesn't say Sheryl Crow?
Not this time.
That's what you got out of it last time we went around and round and round.
I think we might have got an a-hole a time or two out of it.
Oh, man. Who loves you? I'm kind of sitting on the fence here now, Steve. Man, we got the moonshine on one side and hookers and blow on the other side. Oh, man, that decisions. Now, I'm kind of committed to the inbred redneck, but, well, we'll see how that plays out. Oh, the battle of the Christmas lights. Yeah, I think the manufacturers have figured out how I play the game. I no longer try to replace them damn bulbs and whatnot. So it costs me more in beer than it does to buy a new set of lights. So, no. The price of LEDs has come down so low that no, they burn out or fail, Steve. They go right in the trash and stop the Menards and get a new string way. But yeah, last night, well, yeah, you touched on the driver shortage. Now, what am I missing in this whole scenario, Steve? Are not freight rates down because freight is down?
Correct.
And there's excess equipment out there available? Well, if there's excess equipment that's available, where the hell is the driver shortage? Sounds to me like there's an excess number of drivers out there. We can, I probably a couple of years back, I said, every company can generate a driver shortage. You add a couple hundred trucks to your fleet and point to the backyard, their lot, and say, man, we're short of drivers. We need to hire drivers to fill those trucks. Aside from what PUP had to say with their end of things, I'm thinking there probably are plenty of drivers to go around, as we speak. But no, that's just my observation there.
Well, if I had I shared the report earlier this week talking about that last minute, that last ditch effort to save, to bring yellow back, where they said their numbers show. They know 10,000 of the 30 had found another job, which that would guesstimate about 20,000 still haven't found a job. There's 20,000 out there, most of them truck drivers looking for work.
Well, like Heatwave with his search, yeah, there's jobs out there, but if you want to work for paupers' wages and unrealistic hours and workloads and such, yeah, there's work there, but everybody has scruples too. But yeah, I just I really question this shortage scenario narrative. Let's see, what else was I going to touch on? Oh, I do stand. I have to stand and correct myself on a couple numbers from last night. I made note of the administration with their student loan forgiveness. Well, I misstated by about 200,000. It says well over 800,000 loans that they're looking to forgive. Now we have to stand back and see what the judges and the courts have to say about this effort and all. And yes, Volkswagen is giving up on EVs in Europe. They just can't compete to begin with, and the demand is just not there. And likewise, apparently there are exports that go to China, the way I read that. And Tesla, they have a big play in this too, that Volkswagen, they don't want to compete over there anymore either because they don't want to get in a bidding war with Tesla and such. So, and it kind of actually sounded like Volkswagen may be on the fence of survival altogether. That they're having a tough time competing with all the others out there. But let's see. There is the DA of the week. Now, Steve, I have promoted and pushed for quite some time the value of remembering anniversaries, wedding anniversaries, and more specifically, remembering how many years it's been. Now, I built all kinds of points back in October. I did well on the scoring sheet there. Well, this also comes into play, Steve, when it comes to birthdays. Now, earlier in the week here, I stretched out for a quick little nap before I headed into work. Well, I could hear my bride talking on the phone, and I could tell it was our youngest son, and he generally doesn't call. It's usually texting and such. And then in retrospect, I could remember now the various times that he has called. It's to wish his mom a happy birthday. You know where I'm taking this, Steve?
Oh, boy.
Anything that I gained back in October, it just went tumbling out across the yard, and old Scarecrow is now in the doghouse and fighting for any appreciation. So, yeah, DA of the Week, self-nomination again there, Steve. I can kind of taste the weekend coming, though. I'm under 2 hours from the home 20 here. And Steve, I sent you a picture there. That's kind of what's going to involve my Saturday. There probably won't be much football viewing, although this snowmobile show is part of our community Jingle Fest. Now, that picture includes a image of Bone Jangles there.
I saw that, yes.
Me now, maybe I might have to change his name to Bone Jingles there for the weekend there. But yeah, he did well last year, and in fact, he/we are sitting on a C-note worth of bar credit at the hosting facility that didn't get used up this past year. So, but we have a couple volunteers that have stepped up, and they say they're willing to help us burn through that credit. So yeah, that remains to be seen how it plays out this year. We know there's going to be a whole lot more competition, so I don't see us repeating any victory march or such, but that we'll report on next week. And other than that, we're gonna leave it on the casual side. We'll forget about the soapbox until next week.
All right. Well, enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the snowmobile. Have fun. You and Bone Jingles, right?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, happy Friday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. What do you got? 46 today. 46 in Fort Wayne, 46 Sterling Heights. All right, let's get the day underway. Fort Wayne and back again. Have a safe one out there. Have a great weekend. Only 24 days till the fat man comes down the chimney, right? Knucklebuster, hey there.
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Summers. We'll give a big old simplified and cooking people, too. This ought to scare the hell out of everybody. McDonald's is going to revamp their burger patties in a major fast food overhaul. No more dry patties. I got a dumbass nominee for you here. This man was shocked to discover the source of his headache for the past 5 months. That was a pair of chopsticks inside his skull.
How the hell how did chopsticks get in his brain? Would he shove them up his nose?
Yeah, up his nose and into his brain there. He didn't even realize it there. Somebody must have knocked him out and done that to him.
Somebody or somebody was on some good drugs, maybe. What's that?
Get you some of them fake nipples thrown into your T-shirts like Kim Kardashian. That'd work. That'd get your name out there, wouldn't it?
Oh, boy.
Well, Newsom DeSantis debate was sponsored by U-Haul, Steve, and I guarantee you them people down there out in California is going to be leaving. And last thing I got to say on this college football playoff, may the best team win. We'll see what kind of monkey wrench the Vegas bookie throws into the game. Have a great weekend, Mr. Steve Summers. It's been a pleasure talking to you this week.
Yeah, I'm just really curious. Come Sunday night, Monday morning, who's got it right? We've got so many different predictions going into this weekend. That's what's kind of exciting about the anticipation, right? Who will it be? Yeah, we will know when we come back here on a Sunday night, Monday morning. All right, one final footnote here real quick, I need to remind you, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing, whether it's lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. It's called Sta-Bil Storage. It'll keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combat corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Oh, and by the way, for being a listener to this program, we can save you on your next Sta-Bil order and so much more. Simply go to goldeagle.com. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and that'll knock 15% off your entire order. Again, from goldeagle.com. We'll close it out there. Enjoy your Friday. Have a great weekend. And yes, come back at the midnight hour Eastern time, Sunday night, Monday morning. We'll do it all again.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I